the years, how, I mean, it's not always a ladder. It could be a lattice too. You could move parallelly, or you could go directionally upward or sometimes downward and then back up again. So just wanted to make a distinction about ladder versus lattice there for career. And have been in a very strong technology focus as well as business, because I have been there for 20 years as a I have grabbed some subject matter in the fintech area. And also I have a electrical engineering in bachelor's and a master of computer science here from Kansas State University. Now it used to be Southern Tech, and then a MBA from Georgia Tech. And I'll pass it on to.
Thank you. Amazing. Love to hear that. Hello, everybody. My name is Tracy. I'm the CEO of a company called This Dot Labs. Moved here to Atlanta about 5 years ago, originally from the Bay Area. So 20 years ago, I, was doing startups, started my first startup about 10 years ago. One of my startups was acquired. So yay. And then I sort of started getting deep into tech. And so 10 years ago, 2015-ish, I was very deep in the sort of like new web revolution, right? So I'm on the RxJS core team. I'm a Microsoft MVP. I'm a GitHub star, a Google developer expert for Angular, et cetera, et cetera. Spent a lot of time in developer communities. But then a few years ago, moving to Atlanta, I said, I really want to sort of start growing the leadership communities. And so I spent a lot of time. I will actually still host meetups here. So if you care about going to a big tech meetup with awesome talks, this modern web, Atlanta JavaScript, those of which I host. But at the same time, here I do a lot in the health and life sciences space. I'm on the Tag Digital Health Board. I'm a chief member, so I host a lot of like women in leadership lunches and get togethers. So if you guys ever want to come to lunch with me, let me know. I do those about once a month. And then I also do a leadership exchange as well. So mainly my focus these days, so this we're a software consultancy. We do a lot of application development. Of course, in these days, we're not so focused on the data science side like Beverly, but we're more focused on the AI enablement side. So utilizing tools. How do you best utilize tools? So we host workshops. Like if you go to ai.this.co/workshops, we have an AI workshop that kind of goes through spec-driven development, subagents, sort of the more advanced topics around utilizing AI as a developer. But then again, I host a lot of just sort of like general leadership events as well, where we gather leaders to come talk about things related to these days the conversations are around AI. I think the thing I love about AI is it's unifying all of us. Before it was like, oh, you do cloud, you do DevOps, you do front end, you do back end, etc. But this revolution these days is all around AI, and it sort of unifies us all. So it's really cool. So please feel free to reach out anytime. Always happy to chat.
Awesome. Okay, so this is a very unique situation. I've done dozens of panelists, or had dozens of panelists. I've done dozens of panels, and this is the first time I've had a panelist say, "I mentor people, so please come to me," and another panelist say, "I lunch, so please come to me." I mean, these are really generous offers, like incredible. Um, so my clicker's not working. So let me advance this way. Sorry. All right. So we're going to talk about this incredibly salient topic once we get our slides going. So, first of all, we want to talk about starting the ascent. When we first begin the ascent, and to your point, Maddie, you talked about it's not necessarily a ladder. I actually call it a jungle gym, the career jungle gym. It could be a lattice, it could be something else. It doesn't have to be necessarily just a ladder. But when you start the ascent, and especially with some of the people in the room and listening being sort of early career, tell us about how sort of your early experiences, your curiosity, your risk taking. I mean, you're a CEO, like I'm sure you've taken a lot of risks, Tracy. But how have these sort of early budding characteristics and attributes of your personality helped with your ascent?
Go on, you want me to go? So, at,
A little closer.
yeah. So from the beginning, I kind of like wanted challenging opportunities. Like 9 to 5 jobs scared me. When I finished my master's and I was entering into job market, I was like, okay, how am I going to do this? I can't sit still in front of a computer for 8 hours straight. And I didn't know what to expect because my first job was here after my master's. And I was dreading that experience. And then I got an opportunity to work at a startup, and it's an insurance sales software building company. They came from South Africa and started a company here. And the very first day when I went there, I got sick and then had to take a week off. And then when I went back, I thought they were going to use me as a programmer, but they asked me to gave me the problem statement, asked me to design something and give it to them, and that motivated me to think that they are not just looking at me like some programmer, just take the task and go ahead and do the coding. They are actually interested in my approach to their problem solving. So those kinds of I took it as a challenge, even though I was like hesitant in the beginning. And then um, provided that with their mentorship, their experience, was able to learn from them and took the opportunity rather than stepping back, and was able to. So you have to show that zeal and show them that you are open for any challenge and you can take risks rather than saying, okay, I wasn't trained in it, so I'm not going to go back. You asked me to, during interview, you told me that this is going to be my job description, but that's deviating from there. Rather than going through like that, take it as a challenge whenever you are presented with a new problem and handle it, and that could help you further, so that you can go through innovation and
I love that. So do you guys know a company called Brocade? Anybody know a company called, they do storage area networks? I don't know what they are now. What company are they? I don't even know. But anyways, very similar to Cisco. So when I was graduating high school, or it's college, I was graduating college. I said, I was starting startups. I had like 4 startups in college, just whatever. And I said, do I want to make a difference and like just climb, do the startup myself, or do I want to join a big company? This was an 8,000 person company in the Silicon Valley and make a change there. And so this was like 2008, 2009 or so. And I was like, I'm going to join Brocade and, make a difference. And I had all these ideas. I said, you know what? This is when social media, this is when Twitter started. So I said, you know what? I'm going to take a video camera and I'm going to sit in the elevator and I'm going to like ask people like why they're here at Brocade. And so I had all these ideas, okay, before I started. And Mike Clayco, who was the CEO at the time, I got the opportunity with these like, new grads, having dinner with the CEO or whatever. He looked at me and he was like, "You're just in the honeymoon phase." And like 3 weeks later, after I joined Brocade, I was like, "This is not going to fly. They do not want this. No." I mean, I was already, even before I started, I was already pissing off the PR team. Okay. And so then 3 weeks in, I was like, you know what? I'm starting another startup. So then I started like 3 other startups. Again, you start a lot of startups and they like all, fail until one is successful. And so that one actually was successful and I did that for 8 years. But it's the same thing. So if you guys know the PayPal Mafia and Dave McClure, like a pretty famous folks in the Silicon Valley. So I wrote him this letter one time because I wanted to join this thing called Startup to Startup, which is this like investor VC dinner thing, and I got into it. And at the time, I was going through like a lot of. I was still in my early 20s, and I was like still recovering from this like domestic violence situation I had in my early 20s. And he looked at me with these puppy eyes, like because he knew my story, and so he like looked at me like, "Oh, poor girl." And I was like, "You know what? I can do this myself." So then I started a meetup where I got like investors and startups together and sort of did it myself. So um, I think at any time I sort of come with this whole, this like resistance, if you will, I just say, you know what, I can do it myself. And so I think that's driven me a lot. Like I really enjoy it when people challenge me. So that I feel like has sort of been my my story over and over again.
Going to me? Okay. All right. I wasn't sure how we're going about it. So
I would tell you, my early experience, my first college degree was in mechanical engineering. This was back in India where there was no female in mechanical engineering. It was completely discouraged, but I wanted to do it. So I did it. Being a only female in the room taught me that it is not a disadvantage. That is actually your superpower. You could make it any way that you want. And so that helped me to reframe the mindset and say, okay, it's okay to be the only female in any room or the only whatever in any room. It is still your advantage. It is how you approach it. And this is where I'm pretty sure you all have, just wisdom that you gain from your parents, your mentors, your relatives, all of them. My mom was my best friend. She always told us, or like she always told me, I'm an only child, so I was the only one she could tell. Yeah, me and whoever else was in the room at that point in time. So she always told me that think of yourself less. It is not about you. It is about the people that you're interacting with. Yes, you factor in, you cannot make everything about yourself. So that always stayed with me. And second thing is whenever you get comfortable, get uncomfortable. That is again a very important thing. And I live by that. And if you look at my career path and everything, it always revolves around these three things. And the last but not least, be a student all your life. It is always better to raise your hand up and say, hey, I don't know this, than staying ignorant your entire life. So I live by those. And the reason why I'm saying all of this is because after I entered into any company, like I would talk about my stint at Microsoft, right? Like I started asking, I entered in as a technology expert, et cetera, et cetera. And I worked through customers. And when I started asking questions as to, hey, why are we doing this for the customer? What does that bring for them? What value are we creating? That helps you to have a different perspective in any technical solution that you're creating, because ultimately somebody has to use it, right? Like otherwise all the technology is not going to bring any value. So that helped me to reshape how I showed up and how I started thinking. And, everything starts from internally. So you start thinking, you start reframing. That allowed my leadership to tap into me and say, hey, come help us figure out how are you going to sell AI. It's not because of the shortage of tool sets that we had. We had really great products, but we couldn't get the sellers to understand how do you sell it? How do you show that, hey, this is going to move your business forward? And I took that because they knew that I could reframe things. And I took something that was non existent, pull everybody behind that, and go from zero to $250 million in revenue in 8 months. So that is because of, again, going back to those key principles, right? Like it is always about hey, I don't know this, how do you think about it in manufacturing? How do you think about it in FinServ? If somebody logs in, right, what are they going to look? How is it going to be valuable for them, right? Like, so I don't want to go on and on about this, but again, I would say that, at any given point of time, if you think that, hey, this is not working, look at it again and try to reframe the situation so that you can see how you can be valuable to others, how you can think about who you are going to serve. And that pivot is going to help you to be curious and also to help you to get to the next level.
Love it. Awesome. Thank you so much. Wow. That's quite a bit. And what's especially interesting is a lot of the conversation has to do with things that happen within your upbringing and your family. And, we're talking about like what you experienced in your 20s, Tracy. Thank you for sharing that. and you're talking about what your mother told you. And so just hearing about these stories, just to finish that question before we move to the next one, for me, I've always been deeply curious, like to the point where it's so annoying. Like people are like, quit asking why, Beverly. And my middle name's Darlene. So I was like, Beverly, Darlene, go feed them chickens, you know, and just a curiosity. Also, what's a little maybe different is I had no idea that I was the only fill in the blank in the room. I had no idea. I just didn't, I was so naive and oblivious to it. And I wonder sometimes, up until it was a negative thing, I did have something happen that made it very obvious that I was the only fill in the blank in the room. And then I thought, okay, well, now I have to I can't ignore it anymore. I got to do something about it. And that was, I would have loved to have lived my whole career without having even noticed, but people don't let you do that. So then you have to find ways to navigate. But for the most part, I've just been deeply curious. So let's talk about the next question about the innovation as a growth engine. And I'll go ahead and go first since I'll go ahead and do that, and then we can kick you guys off. Tell us about how creative problem solving and experimentation accelerate career advancement more than chasing a title. And I'll say that for me, I've always felt that if you go after the thing that you really love, that you have passion for, then success will kind of find you. You know, the title will kind of find you. The momentum will kind of come up from behind you and push you forward. When I decided to become a decision science major back when I was at GSU in the way in the day, I started as an accounting major. Do we have any accounting majors? Anybody in the house that's accounting? Okay, cool, cool, cool. You look like you have personality though. I don't understand.
Formal accounting.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. I was gonna say he's like a cool accountant. Um, so I became an accounting major because my dad told me that was a great career. And I knew I liked numbers and problem solving, and I'd never heard of decision sciences. And I came to Georgia State. It was one of only 3 schools in the country that had DSC. And I just loved it. And I have to tell y'all, my parents and everybody I knew, but especially my parents, they made so much fun of me. They were like, "Are you going to become a decision scientist?" And they thought that was hilarious because remember, that was not a term, that was never a thing. But I did it. I got really, really, really lucky with my first job because it was a PhD in econ that was an adjunct professor at GSU, and he was familiar with decision sciences, and he knew what I could do, and he gave me this giant model that was part of Atlanta Gaslight's cost to serve study, and I was so excited about that. But I feel that if you can chase the thing that you're passionate about, you know, and that's what's tricky is sometimes people don't know what they're passionate about. But tell us how innovation can serve as more of a growth engine than sort of chasing titles around.
So this actually kind of reminds me of my company, right? So this we're a team of about 50 developers, and you know, coming from the Bay Area, right? So, you know, Netflix, for example, right? Everybody's, I mean, it's different. It's changed in the past few years, but everybody's a senior software engineer. So there's no titles, there's no levels, there's nothing. And so at this dot, when we were doing things, you know, I mean, even now, right? It's like, well, you know, you're an engineering lead. Okay, well, that's essentially a director. You know, very recently, we actually just started giving out VP titles for folks who had been there for, you know, 6 or 7 years. But you know, we just cared about building. We just cared about helping people. I mean, this dot, I started it because I just wanted to help people. You know, I saw my struggles as an entrepreneur being non-technical and then going into it and you know, becoming technical and realizing all the mistakes I made. And so I think our team is very much like that. Like, we just want to build, we just want to help people, we just want to innovate, we just want to create stuff. And then at some point in time, it's like, well, yeah, actually, you know, you should be a VP of X, you should do a whatever. But it's never been about that. It's more been about just building. And I think that creates, like, if you do that with your teams, right? Like, that creates a sense of sort of I don't know, like, I guess innovation, if you will.
So for me, innovation is more about seeing around the corners and pattern recognition. It is incremental value that you're creating, and one day it's going to come out like, wow, it is something, right? I'll tell you a personal example. When GDPR came around, people typically think of that as oh, it's a problem, it's a compliance, it's not sexy thing that you want to go after as a business. But I did go after that as a business, and we created, I literally incubated a business around GDPR to help customers to be compliant. So it is not that if I looked at it as a cost center, or if I looked at it as a, hey, it's one more checkbox that somebody needs to have, then we would have missed that opportunity, right? Like, it is about seeing around the corners. It is about seeing, hey, can I think about it in a different way? And can I experiment with it? Again, that particular business that I incubated, it it wasn't successful at the get-go. I failed first couple of times, but again, like, that gives you step back, you reframe, you see, hey, is there a different way that you could approach it? Is there a different way I could phrase the problem so people see the value, right? Like, because when that came around, only CISOs cared about it. Nobody else cared about it. And I had to make sure the board actually cares about it. Right?
You took something that people thought was a barrier or an annoying thing in their side or something that you have to check a box, and you turned it
Exactly.
into an opportunity.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
great. I love that.
So that is where, I love this question, Beverly. Kudos to you for coming up with all the questions. So that's where, like, a lot of times if we look at the problem, you just step back, you reframe to see, hey, what more can I do, right? Like, to me, I incubated that product line, which allowed my leadership to know that, hey, this person can think different. Thinking different is not a handicap, right? Like, it is your superpower. And that helped me to get into the other role that I was talking about earlier, leading AI, right? Like, so a lot of times, like, what we think as, staying curious would help you to know, how else can I solve the problem that others haven't even thought about?
Yeah.
So
Very nice. Thank you. Other thoughts?
Yeah. So looking at chasing titles, it's not even, let's say, at VP of engineering. You still want to get your hands dirty, work along with your team so that you could solve the problem by using your experience, or listening to your team at the same level rather than dictating what the solution should be. So work alongside with your team to come up with a creative solution rather than just telling them, hey, this is how I want it. That's where influence come into picture rather than being authoritative as a leader. So at the end of the day, when you are part of the technology team, you are a technologist, not a VP, not a director, not like, just a mere programmer or anything like that. You are all sitting at the same table, same way. You are to solve the problem and how efficiently you could solve the problem. And that's how I go about it. And then when it comes to innovation, my first 10 years at Equifax, I was with a cost center, which was a necessary, it's called a necessary evil, the regulatory compliance department everywhere, because without that, they can't function as a business, right? In anywhere, in any credit bureaus, any banks, they have this. So how do you take a cost center? How can you start generating a little bit of revenue out of it where there is an opportunity? And how do you reduce costs associated with, handling the compliance portion of our consumer service areas and bringing in automation, or trying to implement like their IVRU applications, website presence, or mobile applications, so that you don't need to just have these human agents handling all those things. So that's where that kind of innovation also matters. That how do you take the problem statement and come back with creative solutions for it is what has been my experience.
That's fantastic. I love, so I'm gonna pull one of those kind of little nuggets out that you said, which is leadership by listening, as opposed to dictating and co-problem solving. So fantastic. Thank you, guys. So let's talk about leadership a little bit more and talk about influence over authority, the power of soft leadership skills. So the communication, empathy, the vision. I read something recently as I was preparing for a tag workforce event, and it was talking about the future of work with AI. And I did all this research for this talk, and I'm learning that the AI is making technology and machines become more like a human, and the human is becoming more like a machine. Even the way we interact with each other. I mean, when's the last time you guys went to dinner and you saw a 3-year-old that's actually talking to their parents? They don't. They have their face in some sort of technology device. And so the things that we're doing as humans becoming more like machines, and the machines are becoming more like humans, like this is not necessarily a great trend. So talk to us about the power of empathy and communicating and just being that human that can have a vision.
Okay. So
We get deep here.
yeah, so I'm just thinking, you know, when people say soft leadership skills, it is not that soft. It is the hardest skill that any of us would ever learn. And it is great to have like really, really strong vision that you may have. You may have an idea of amazing product, but if you cannot communicate the value to whoever you're talking to, if you cannot understand where they are coming from, and if you cannot create a disproportionate value for the audience, and you're not going to get too far if you cannot communicate. So if we look at AI as well, AI can give you all the ideas, AI can code for you, AI can do all of it, but AI cannot have empathy. AI does not understand the tonal differences when somebody is talking. It cannot read your facial expression. I'm pretty sure Lucy is already working on a startup to solve that problem. But as far as I know, AI cannot understand how the other person is feeling and how do you get them from here to here in your conversations, right? Like, so those are the subtle things. And like, I love what Beverly said because I have a 15-year-old and that is exactly what I see. If he doesn't want to talk, he literally texts me in the house and I'm like, I am literally sitting like 2 feet from you. There's no reason for you to text me. You could lift your head up from your Minecraft and you could talk to me. So yeah, and so you know, like a lot of times, you know, like we talk about influence, and influence is everything, right? Like I would tell you, it is just giving space, and it is also understanding where the other person is, and getting them to where they are. And if you cannot influence, no matter what your title is, it's not going to matter. You cannot beat people up into submission. You have to get them along the way. And that is about communication. That is about empathy. That is understanding where they are in the journey. Sometimes you have to lead and sometimes you have to follow. Sometimes you have to lead by example as well. And that nuance is going to help you to understand how you're going to pull your entire team forward.
Gotcha.
I think it's funny, Beverly, that you say that, you know, humans are becoming more like computers and AI is becoming more like humans because I feel like when what I've seen, so, you know, at this dot, I spend, you know, all my days just talking about AI enablement, right? So, okay, how do you enable a team of 30,000 developers to all adopt AI? How do you get 99% of all their code to be generated by AI, right? And it's interesting because I think that AI is actually making us more human. So, you know, the fact that we are human is more apparent, and the value that we bring as humans is even more significant now because AI will do the rest for us. I think when I think about the influence over authority part, I think about again, working across different organizations, you see a lot of companies saying, hey, okay, all your code needs to be like X amount of, like Visa, I think it's like 30% of your code needs to be generated by AI. Okay, but you're not seeing the adoption numbers. Or, at Cisco, it's like, okay, well, we've rolled out a tool, and now what do we do with it? Or how do you get each individual team to actually be adopting AI? And it really is just sort of going back to how, as a leader, like, how do you be empathetic? How do you understand each individual developer's sort of nuanced reasons why they can't adopt it? Why? So it's, even at 30,000, 1,000, however much it is, it's like going to each individual developer and saying, well, why can't you adopt it? How can't you adopt it? So I think as leaders, it's even more important now to do that type of stuff, and even more important to exercise that level of empathy. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
Right, exactly. What I'm hearing so far is that we care. Like, we care. Machines can't care. And we actually want things to go a certain way because we care. So that's a really unique proposition for a human.
So the very first thing when we talk about AI, what is going to come to people's mind? That their jobs are going to be replaced, right? So with AI adoption, probably they would be calculating like, okay, my job that I have today is going to be gone tomorrow because there is a code generation tool that's going to do what I'm doing today. And so, what should leaders do? That they should understand first whether it is truly that they are going to be replaced or they are going to be adapted into the new technology, like how we have been seeing for the past 20, 30 years. Whenever something comes up like, oh, structured programming to object oriented programming to web development to mobile and cloud transformation and whatnot, and how difficult it is going to be moving from data centers that are company owned to running these huge um, applications in cloud, how expensive it is going to be, and where is a balance, and how does leadership team talk to the members of their team to say, hey, it's not going to be immediate, even if it is like that, you will adapt new skills. So you will be skilled up again so that you can continue to do your role, or your role is going to change into something that you could be able to learn and go along with it, rather than scaring them saying that, okay, this is what it is going to be. And in current environment, having different role models today rather than just at workplace,
Yeah.
I think we moved from being good leaders to authoritarian leadership. And then I think there will be a point in time we will be going back again to having this human empathy and leadership back again, rather than dictating people, okay, this is how it's going to be. If you are of different type of person, you are not going to fit into this model.
We have 4 minutes left, so if y'all can do 1 minute each and choose from the last two questions. So we have two different questions. One is about setbacks and pivots. And Tracy, I'm sure that as someone that spins up companies like it's, like other people change clothes, um, you've seen your fair share. But tell us more about setbacks and pivots, or tell us more about building a culture of mentorship, allyship, how to get that community. So pick one of those two and let's do a final wrap up each.
I don't know if I ever look at setbacks as not an opportunity. So, a few years ago, right, all of a sudden tech layoffs started, and, we sadly had to do some layoffs as well, but I viewed it as an opportunity. It's like, well, this is exciting. I mean, it wasn't, it was very sad, but like, what else? Like, what about this new thing that we get to do? What about the challenges that we face ahead? Like, what about the opportunity that we're going to get to capture, right?
Yeah.
So, I really believe that, like, anytime, and I still remember this story from Alexis Ohanian, who is the co-founder of Reddit, and I think everybody knows him as Serena Williams' husband these days. But my first co-founder of my startup, my last startup, was the first engineer of Reddit, so I was pretty close to that group. And Alexis, his mom died. So his mom was on her deathbed, and Reddit was getting acquired at the same time. And so, you know, I think that like whenever there's bad things happening or setbacks that you perceive as setbacks, just know that there's something amazing that's about to happen to you. And I think that really, at least that's how I lead my life,
Yeah,
right? So
I like
anytime I
that.
see that, I'm just like, there's going to be something great happening soon.
Good for you. I love that.
I'm going to take the setback question. I'll take my current scenario. And when I was asked to do the early retirement, I was looking at it as okay, I'm equally competent and along with my male peers. And how come they weren't offered the early retirement with all my vast experience? I was given the opportunity to do it, right? And I had to think about it a couple of weeks after that happened, and I wanted to take it as an opportunity rather than looking at it as a setback, saying that I am freed from 20 years of my service there. Now I can use it as an opportunity to think in different way and go from there to building something new or whatever I have wanted to do along, like like Tracy, think of some idea and try to build a company around it which could be useful for different folks, or become an employer myself rather than being an employee,
Mhm.
that sort of thing. And also along with that, the having partners along with you, like find somebody that you look up to get some mentorship, or have network around so that you have your coworkers or whoever you meet along these events, that build that network. So that could be useful for you. If you are feeling down, you could talk to them and see what their perspective would be for your
Mhm.
setback, and those kinds of things would be useful.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to take the pulling others up because mentorship is one of my favorite topics. It is not just the amount of experiences. Experiences is nothing but the scars that you have by doing all the mistakes that you did.
Wow.
Right? Like, so you can teach other people and you can say, hey, don't do this. Don't go left, go right. Because if you go left, you're going to have to go through a winding road before you go left, right? Like, or right, like whatever that may be. So, if you have an opportunity, share your scars with others. This is one of the reasons I said think of yourself less, because what you did may be completely stupid mistake, but you could prevent 10 people from doing that and wasting their time in doing the same thing and learning from that, right? Like, so it is going to be important for all of us to share the knowledge that we have and pull others up, because if you think that you don't have anything to share, then you're very, very mistaken. You have a lot to offer. You have a lot to share, and everybody is going to be a lifelong student in the AI era. Like, that is the only thing that is going to change. Change is the constant that we have. So share so that we can learn from the experience, not to train AI, by the way, but for us to get better, because you can see digital transformation then became an AI machine learning curve. Now it is Gen AI. It's going to be something else in 6 months.
Yeah.
But how we get through it is the same as how we went through the Industrial Revolution as well. So
Right. Stick
So-
together. Stick together.
stick together and let us pull everybody up together.
Thank you so much to our panelists for talking to us about climbing the tech ladder.
Yeah, I know.
I will say that.
When you.
I know. Right. I was like, yeah, that's just. Right place, right time.
We're getting there. So good afternoon, everyone, and we have our second session coming up. It's for introducing the SQL database into Fabric. And we have Sukwant Kaur, who's going to be going through this presentation. Sukwant is a senior product manager for SQL database and Fabric at Microsoft. So welcome, Sukwant.
You can all hear me, right? So, yeah. I gotta go higher. Okay. All right. You guys can all hear me. Thank you so much for coming here to listen to me talk all about SQL database in Fabric. I'm a product manager with the SQL database in Fabric product. This is one of the workload in Fabric. So just for the sake of knowing my audience a little bit, how many folks here are already using Fabric? All right. What about SQL? Oh, yeah, more people for SQL. So this is your same SQL, just in a little bit easier flavor for you guys. Is this? Should I just move here? Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, so agenda for today is we'll touch up a little bit on what Microsoft Fabric is, and then we'll do a main deep dive on SQL database. I'll show you a demo, and I'm not sure if you'll have time for QAs or not. We can talk about it after the session is over outside, because I guess I've been given only 30 minutes, and let's see if I can do the justice in that time. So Microsoft Fabric, as you all know, we want it to be a one-stop shop for you to do anything related to data and data analytics. And the reason for that is because we are trying to unify everything at one place. We are saying, yeah, one Copilot, the same experience everywhere. It's just like, think of it using Office, right? Every product in Office have a similar look and feel, so that when you're moving from Excel to Word, it's easier for you. So it's the same concept here. Under the hood, we have one lake for all the products, all the workloads that are getting used. And we have Microsoft Purview to save, to secure your stuff. All right. Yes. All right. So here's this screen. Some of you might have already seen this. We are trying to show you our journey from ground to the cloud. As you know, we've been in SQL business for a really, really long time. We had, SQL Server on-prem available for you guys. And if you guys like SaaS or PaaS offerings, we have those as well. And now we are going into the era of software as a service with SQL database in Fabric. Mind it, under the hood, it's the same engine that you guys all love and been used to using. And you have all the tools that you've been using in the past. They are all available for SQL database in Fabric as well. Thank you. this is just to show you that, we did a research with 200 people. We say, okay, go use Azure SQL and also use SQLDB in Fabric just to see how many people can do the activity quicker, faster. So 71% people completed the task faster, 71% faster. And then 63% were more effective in completing it, and 83% more confidence completing the task. And you all know the reason, because if you have to create a SQL database on Azure SQL or on-prem, there's a lot of setup. There are a lot of thinking that you have to do. We have taken all that away. I know a lot of people like control, so people who want more control, granular control, stay in the past world or on-prem. But if you are one of those people who's like, I don't want to think too much about database, I just want to put a name and my database should be created and maintained automatically, this is your place to be. All right, so SQL database, like other workloads in Fabric, is based on three main pillars: that it needs to be simple, it should be quickly done, and it needs to be autonomous and secure and AI optimized. So I'll talk about these pillars in detail in the next slides. So why are we calling it simple? Because the provisioning is, all it takes is you put the database name and everything is done for you behind the scene. And we are giving you AI assistance by providing Copilot directly in the web editor that you have there. And editor has a number of integrations available for you. Let's say once you land on the page and you want to create a pipeline, that option is available right there for you. And of course, SQL support. And another important things with this is that when you provision your database, you don't have to think about, okay, I've created my database. Now I need to take this data into somewhere in data warehouse and create some reports and all those kind of things. Your SQL Analytics endpoint is automatically created for you. What that means is, as soon as you start putting the data into the SQL, it starts replicating immediately into one lake. So you have two places where your data is. One is good for your OLTP kind of workloads, and the other one is great for your data engineering or creating reports, so that you're not putting any extra load on your OLTP. And all that stuff is available for you in the editor. You can quickly switch between both the experiences. And another important thing, when you create a database, let's say the database is changing, multiple people are working on it. How do you make sure that data, all the configurations are happening correctly? We are giving you an option to manage the lifecycle right there in the tool. Of course, you can use VS Code and all that. But if, let's say, you are on the editor, right on the workspace, you can decide whether you want to use GitHub or Azure DevOps. Along with other artifacts, you can start using source control for your database scripts as well. And the most important part with Fabric is you just have to buy one compute. And when you buy, one capacity, the business model is based on the compute and the storage, how much you're using for your transactions and how much data you are storing. So you buy just one capacity and you can take advantage of any of the workloads. So today, if you are trying to create an application on Azure, so you have to go purchase web app, and then you have to buy SQL, and then you have to buy. So there are a lot of pieces that you're going to be buying and trying to integrate it, right? Over here, you have one capacity. You have access to all the workloads easily. All right, let's talk about autonomous capability. Why are we saying, what is this autonomous thing? So one of the challenge when the database is created, whether in development, production, or whatever, somebody has to manage it. Somebody has to create indexes. Somebody has to take a backup. And if something happens, somebody has to restore it. And all that capability is there built in for you. It is secure by default because we are letting you use only Entra authentication. And then it's auto-managed HADR automatically. And it scales up or down, and it gets optimized behind the scenes. So the system is watching you based on the queries that are running. it is creating indexes for you to improve the performance for you. So in terms of secure and governed by default, like I said, that authentication, we are giving you central identity management. You don't have to worry about passwords. And you can encrypt your data using CMK. All data is encrypted at rest. And authorization, you can control using the workspace roles and items. Or if you want to do a fine-grained control on SQL, you can do your usual, security practices that you're used to controlling the data at the row level or at the table level kind of things. And we have auditing available as well. Auditing has been simplified as well. Auditing is in public preview right now. Then we have network security. You guys can set up private link. So right now, everybody can use tenant level private link, but I'm running a private preview for workspace level private link because there are a lot of customers, they said, tenant level private link is not enough. They wanted more control at the workspace level. And you can govern everything using a purview and centrally managed policies. All right. So when we were talking about autonomous, if we take in detail, as I said, that you can, the compute can, you can, whatever you use, that's what you use, right? It can scale up or scale down. And zone redundancy is built into it. It's secured and governed by default. Your replications are happening automatically for you. You don't have to do anything special for it. And auto indexing is happening based on the queries that are running. If something is putting an extra load, it will take care of you behind the scene. And backups are super easy, I would say, compared to the old times when somebody has to actually manually do it. Over here, we are giving the control in the hands of the super user. They could just restore it just by picking the point in time restore and create a new database if they needed. All right, so we are saying optimize for AI. So we have vector support available, and you can connect to, it is integrated with Azure AI Open Services, and it's integrated with popular frameworks like Longchain and Semantic Kernel, which makes it super easy for you to kind of take your data, use whichever model you want to use, create your embeddings, and then, create your applications on top of that. Like somebody was mentioning that when you are talking about digital transformation, you are talking about UIs, but you have to take your data along with it. So you have these capabilities where you can create vectors and vector embeddings right into the database and then use it for better search options. All right, so yes, Fabric makes AI projects easy. You can, with Power BI direct mode, and you can do cross database queries with multiple shortcuts and stuff like that. If there are any data science, with SQL database in Fabric, another important key part to pay attention is that it comes with all the integration that is there, which means, let's say you have a database, it got replicated into OneLake. Now what? Okay, you have a data engineer sitting somewhere. You give him access to all the SQL Analytics endpoint so that they can use a notebook to create, do some data engineering project, run that data through some model, train it, and create some applications on it. So it's really good for that. And of course, data activator and real-time intelligence. All right, so enough talking. Let's do the demo. Let's see how we're going to do this one. All right, so on the screen, you are seeing my workspace. I will be showing you how easy it is to create a database. So all you do is you click on New, and then you search for workload called SQL. And you'll go into the store data type. It's called SQL database. You will click on it, and you'll think about a name. And you'll put the name in there, and you will hit the Create button. On the surface, it looks like, oh, voila, it's just so simple, But behind the scene, there's a lot of stuff happening. We are using some technology to encapsulate all the stuff. It is getting your database ready. It is getting your SQL Analytics ready. Over here, now once my database is easy, I want some sample data. I just click on that tile and my data, I have my data ready for me to play and whatever I need to do with it. So over here, sales LT schema is the one that got created when I did the sample data. It has a number of, tables in there. And just clicking on that, you can see the content. We have 847 rows in this table. And by going on the right side, we can click on the drop down and we can easily go from SQL endpoint to SQL Analytics endpoint. So that's the data that got replicated into the lake for you. It's exact same thing. All the tables got replicated, and you can use your favorite T-SQL to query your data at this point. And you must be noticing on the editor, we have Copilot available to help you write your queries on both the editors. All right, so we have a replication tab at the top. If you are curious, whether my application is happening or not, so you can go back and check the status and how many rows got replicated. It's right there for you. You can quickly do that part. And security, it's if let's say you want to set up security, security roles or add somebody there, super easy. We are giving you a UI here. Of course, you can use SQL as well to create roles and give permissions, but this is another way. So this is great for somebody who has never used SQL to be able to do a lot of, learning here. And so what I want to say is with software as a service, we are trying to make learning easier for you. So we do have the auditing option available. You can audit everything, or you can choose, certain areas that you would like to audit and set this area up as you want. And on the home page, we can go into the settings. Just want to give you guys a little bit of rundown. So you can go over here, you're seeing the name, sensitivity label. This tells you, if it's confidential or who can access. Over here, you can promote this database for a specific reason if you want. If you're looking for server name and the catalog, this is how you get to the database name and the source, data source. And if you want to set up your retention policy, okay, right now by default it's 7 days, but if you would like your database to be stored for longer days, that option is there available. And you can turn on and off the Copilot setting. If let's say you don't want to use Copilot, you can turn it off and it will not show up in there. So that's the general rundown on the editor part. And if you look at this get data, we are giving you option to add more data to this database right from the surface. You can use data flow, you can use pipeline or copy job. A number of different ways for you to fill in the data if you need to. Over here, I'm trying to show you how the AI is helping us write some queries. Let's say all the students out here, if you have not used it and you want to learn, as long as you can tell what you're trying to do, the Copilot will try to create queries for you that you can run. And I've even noticed that the Copilot one time wrote the query. It was a little wrong. I think it should be there in this demo. And then I can just tell it to fix it. So if, let's say, somebody else has written a stored procedure for you, and there are some bugs in it, you bring it over here and tell the AI capability here that help me fix this. Let's say, you want to understand what exactly this whole stored procedure is doing. You can explain the query to me. So all those things we are thinking ahead that we want more people to learn about it and make it easier for them, less intensive, so that you can quickly get your work done. And you don't have to leave the screen. See, here's a mistake that Copilot created this, but they made a mistake. And now I'm going to go to fix query error, and it'll get fixed. So the fix query, it'll take a few minutes. And voila. So, and it explains also at the bottom that what exactly it fixed. So I feel like it's great for learning. I was using, GraphQL, and I don't know GraphQL language, and I asked Copilot, and it gave me help. Over here, we are also, like, if you want to open this in Visual Studio Code or SSMS, we are giving you an option to open it directly from here, make it easier. So you don't have to open the SSMS first and create the connection, all that stuff. No, you save time. Here's another, I just went too fast. So this is performance dashboard. I'm going to pause it a little bit and talk through it. Okay. So, in the editor, we are also giving an option to look at what's happening behind the scene with my database. So you can go to this dashboard and it has a number of options for you. It can show you what are the highest, CPU consuming queries that you have, and what's your memory consumption like. If let's say you notice something is not working right, this is your place to come and see it. This is the place you can come in and you can decide, what time frame you want to, do more investigation on. You can find out who's connecting to your database. What are the different people, right? Then how many requests per seconds that are coming to this database. And I guess these things are important when you're trying to debug, the performance issues. So what are the queries that are getting blocked? This is going to tell you. Then again, if you are curious, what's the allocated size for each table? How many rows are there? What's the size and stuff? You can come and have a review over there. And I think there's one more, automatic index. So all the indexes that it creates for you, it will show you at this point for all the indexes. So this dashboard is very useful for you to actually go in and, all right, so we are at the end of the demo, and I just have one last slide. Let's move in. All right, so this second last slide. So these are some of the use cases that we've noticed our customers are using SQL database for. They are, of course, everybody knows this can be a place for your operational data store. A lot of people are building event-driven apps using it, a lot of line business, Power Apps and SQL and Power BI. I don't have a lot of time, otherwise, So next is the metadata-driven app. That's another very, very popular one because folks are using a lot of analytics in Fabric data in Fabric, and earlier they were creating Azure SQL to do their meta-driven applications, and now they can create it right here, which is very useful for them. And of course, we can create apps that need vector and AI support. Some of the folks are also using it for reverse ETL. So let's say you're picking up data from multiple sources, your data engineers did something, and the output of that, you want that to be shown to somebody so that they can make some informed decisions. You can use a notebook to run through your models and all that, and then take that data and push it into one of the SQL table or multiple SQL tables. And then on top of that, you can use GraphQL to create your API layer and give that to your developer, and he can create the UI, and that's how you can complete the full loop on the reverse ETL. Power BI writebacks, they are very popular. I guess all the people who are using the reports right now, when you see something, you immediately, let's say you want to make some modifications to it, it's with the help of functions. There's another piece that you have to add there. With the help of the functions, you can write it back to SQL. So that's another piece. A lot of people are using it. And just reference data stores. All right, so here are some helpful links. I cannot believe I finished in 22 minutes. So that means you guys have 8 minutes to ask questions, right?
Yes.
All right. Any questions? Yeah.
I have a bunch of them, but I'll ask only two.
Okay, that sounds good. If nobody asks, then you can ask a bunch of them.
So you said auto indexing, right? So
Yes,
when I'm creating a table,
yes.
I just give the structure, just the columns, and then I just stop there.
Yep,
Is that how the script is gonna work?
yes.
Okay. And the storage between a SQL endpoint and analytics endpoint.
Yeah.
Is the data replication bidirectional, or is it only one way?
One way, one way.
If you're going into your analytics endpoint.
Analytics endpoint is read only, so you're not going to be making any changes there. But let's say you have database A and then database B, and the B is getting replicated, right? And you're making some kind of decisions on this B, and then you want to shove it into A for whatever reason, right? That option is there. You could use notebook, or you can use a pipeline, or all those kind of things. Yeah. Perfect.
And with the database between the Azure SQL versus Fabric SQL, are you getting away from the elastic pools and all that stuff?
So Elastic Pool is more for the Azure SQL side.
Yes.
That is, I mean, yeah. It's a little bit different. I know Elastic Pool is more for when you're having multiple databases and you're just buying one compute. So if you think about it theoretically, you're just buying one capacity, and you can create 10 databases if you want, but you need to have a bigger,
Yeah.
capacity. Yeah. All right. Anybody else? Any other questions? Yes.
When you would want to use Azure versus like the disadvantages of having SQL on Fabric versus this venue.
I don't think I'm allowed to talk about disadvantages. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So here's the thing. The product is in preview right now, right? So if somebody wants production level thing yesterday, they shouldn't go there. Each person need to actually look at the details as to what are the limitations, right? In Azure SQL is more like, I want a lot of control. I need to build something my data is going to be 100 terabyte, right? I shouldn't even look at this one then. I should stay with Azure SQL, because with SQL DB in Fabric, 4 terabyte is the max. So, when you are thinking about building something production level, you have to put a lot of thought into what is it that you're trying to do with that data? What is the max it's going to grow? And what are the limitations, right? And, some people want a lot of control. Like there are customers who are saying, we do not want the data to be replicated. I mean, we are working on giving that capability. There are people who want more controls, which we are listening closely. Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's, if you really want fine-grained control, you are better off in the Azure world. None of those products are going away. This is in addition. Under the hood, it's the same engine. The benefit is that, like I talked about vector capability, so whatever is going to come in the engine is going to come over here too. So, great question.
One more last thing.
Yes.
The cross database
Yes,
code.
yes.
Is it similar to the on-prem type of style, or the external table type of style?
So I'm not very familiar with on-prem, but there are a number of ways you can take data from multiple databases and create those queries that you're talking about. We have shortcuts thing coming inside SQL, but because your data is getting replicated into one lake, that capabilities, you can do that, join that side. And I would think, to me, it makes more sense if I have to join two databases and tables inside that. That's a data warehouse kind of workload, but I could be wrong. There could be a scenario where you have two databases and then you have to combine the whereas to do something. But that capability, yes, sort of like, it's with shortcuts.
More
Yeah.
about joining, if I want to query across like multiple databases.
Yes.
I mean, with Azure SQL, it's a bit tricky, right? I had to go through each database.
Yes, yes. We do have that ask, and the work is going on. Parts of it works. It's in different preview state. Yeah, but please send me an email if you want more detail about it, and I can get you that.
So we need to wrap up,
Okay.
and I would like everybody to give a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. And
Thank you, everyone. We will have Sukwan give away one of the raffle tickets.
Yay. Let's see who's the lucky winner. Hope
It's a $50 gift card of DoorDash, and we have many more gifts coming. So
the number is 412-1877.
Might not be here, it might be in different room.
yeah, we'll announce in that room as well. But for this room, we will pick a separate raffle.
I just knew it was gonna. 1877.
Okay, can we go for another number, please? Probably 10. It's 412-1878. I mean, we're there. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they can be small. Oh, yeah.
412-2000. Good. All right. Okay. 412-2003. You got. All right, going once, going twice. All right, 412-2011.
Well, you might never hear it.
Okay, 412-2232. We have another session. Okay, 412-2104. Yeah, somebody. 412-2186.
Yeah, but you close the.
No. All right. Oh, we got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. All right. Yay.
What's the prize? What's the prize?
What's the price? Gift card. $50.
Wow.
Yeah, gift. $50. No, card. Next session. This is it change. Did you take it with you? Not much of this.
Oh, just change from this? Oh, okay.
But I was able to attend something and later, but it was.
Okay.
Spot.
Oh,
And I don't.
yeah, yeah.
Thank you again. It was a wonderful session and we're looking forward to our next session. And in our next session, we have an introduction to Microsoft Fabric, the unified data platform for the AI era. And that's going to be Lakshmi Suryadevara.
So,
Yeah.
And she is the principal program manager at Microsoft. Welcome.
Thank you. And, oh.
It's just for the video.
Okay. Hey, everyone.
he said it's changed.
How is everybody doing? I know a lot of fabric is going on the whole day, so I have a lot of the same slides going through. And we have heard the spiel about fabric the whole day, so I don't want to drain all of you guys. I have like some demos that I have prepared for you guys, which I'm going to play shortly. But we have heard that fabric is everywhere now. As you see in this picture, like we have Intune, Sentinel, Azure AI Foundry, Copilot, everything is coming together. Like Fabric has like all the tools inside it. Like we have data flow, everything data analytics. Now we have like data agents which connect to Azure AI Foundry. So everything is coming along. As we heard, AI is transforming the world, but data is the fuel that powers AI. So, and I'm going to go through these slides very quickly because we only have half an hour. So everybody, like if there is a chief information officer, right, they are going to ask the question, I don't want to be the integration officer. Help me translate my AI to be my competitive advantage, right? So here we have all these tools like 365 Copilot, all the Office applications, AI Foundry, Fabric infrastructure. So Fabric is the unified data platform that centralizes the data with the governance and compliance. This one. Cool. Yeah. So as you guys see, the fabric is the foundation behind everything here. And this one works. Yeah. No, it's fine. This works, right? Okay. Okay. So like these are the 8 technologies we have included within Fabric, Data Factory, Analytics, and databases like Sukhwant was talking about. Real-time intelligence, Power BI. Power BI is the new Fabric. So in Fabric, you have everything coming from your database until the reporting. So everything is sitting in one lake, and Purview is governance, and Fabric is getting integrated with Purview pretty soon. And this is also something we have heard since this morning. You can try this URL. You can scan this QR code. You can try Fabric for 2 months, which costs like $17,000, but you get it for free. And as you see on this screen, this is how Fabric looks. All these tasks. This is a task flow. When you go in Fabric on the home page, this is what you see, and you can try out any of these workloads and learn more about them. I'm going to play a quick video of all the workloads that we have seen in this. So as you have seen, all these workloads are available within Fabric. There are automated workloads that you can just plug and play and use for your own environment. And since it is generally available since 24 months ago, we have 25,000 plus Fabric customers. And as Jiva was mentioning this morning, there are 76% of Fortune 500 customers, and 50% of those Fortune 500 customers use more than 3+ workloads. And these are the 2 Fabric certifications available. If you guys didn't have the QR code since morning, we'll get them back for you guys. And we have over 55,000 plus consultants trained on implementing Fabric. And 27,000 plus consultants are certified on Fabric from the partner ecosystem. And we have 190 Fabric featured partners. with 17,000 plus Fabric wins. And you can take this URL. There are some partner project ready systems available, and you can make use of them. And you can join the Fabric partner community with these links. I can provide you all these links at the end of the session. And moving on to Fabric. So Fabric is a unified data platform, which has these three main components. It has the AI-powered data platform. It has the open and AI-ready data lake, and the AI-enabled business users. We'll go into each of these scenarios. So this is the unified data platform as we have seen before, right? When we are going to go inside, so in the databases, we have the SQL database and Cosmos DB in preview as of now. And I'm going to play a quick video like what Sukwant showed before. We're going to see a demo of the same thing. On
Microsoft Fabric's unified data platform now brings together all your data with Fabric databases. A new generation of autonomous databases that streamline application development. In seconds, provision and deploy a SQL database built upon the same proven industry-leading SQL Server engine, all on a simple and intuitive software-as-a-service platform. Spend less time on resource planning with auto-scaling compute and get fast, consistent app performance with automatic resource optimization and intelligent auto-indexing, all while working in your favorite tools like VS Code and GitHub. Accelerate innovation with AI-assisted T-SQL code generation and chat-based Copilot assistance. Create unique experiences with the help of built-in vector support and Azure AI integration. Finally, you can experience peace of mind with databases that are secured by default, have automated disaster recovery, high availability, and with all your data replicated to one lake, accessible by Fabric's analytical engines. Building intelligent AI applications is faster and easier with autonomous Fabric databases, part of the unified Microsoft Fabric data platform. Microsoft Fabric's unified data platform now
So like I was showing you guys, Cosmos DB is also in public preview within the SQL database, Fabric databases. And it is enterprise grade, which is built into the Fabric unified SaaS platform. And as it's saying here, right, most of the scalable NoSQL databases with extreme low latency and servicing of semi-structured data. And all of this data is available in one lake, unifying your operational and analytical data. And this is available for all Fabric capacities. And we'll move on to the first pillar of the unified data platform, which has end-to-end AI-powered analytics. So as I was showing you guys, this is how it looks. And when you click on the details, you will see everything that you have like in the form of lineage. And these are the workloads we have from data factory, data warehouse, data science, real-time intelligence, and Power BI. All the workloads are available. And I wanted to show you guys quickly a demo of the real-time intelligence as well, which has the real-time hub, event streams, and event houses, along with the activator. And these are this is the real-time hub with the, so all these connectivities are available for the real-time hub and going into the event stream, event house, real-time dashboards, and real activators, which is all AI powered. And let's go into the demo.
Every organization faces challenges on responding quickly to changes in the business or external conditions like weather. Their success depends on how quickly and efficiently they can be proactive and adapt to these unexpected changes,
before they impact operations or customer experience. The real-time intelligence capabilities of Microsoft Fabric are a game changer for helping organizations integrate all of their data into an intelligent solution to help improve operations and mitigate disruptions before they occur. World-leading airlines like Emirates fly thousands of flights every week. They can have real-time data coming in from everywhere, including from Azure, Amazon, Google, Kafka, and even public data feeds. Today, I want to connect to our flight status data stream using Apache Kafka and bring it into the real-time hub. With just a couple of clicks, I can see the data flowing in. As the data is ingested, it can be transformed and routed to multiple destinations or acted on immediately. This data is landing in Event House, which is specifically tailored to time-based, highly granular data. I can easily query petabytes of data on flight status, passengers, maintenance information, weather, and more, with answers to complex questions in seconds. I can also use Copilot to help me pull together separate feeds like flight and weather data. Fabric makes it easy to create interactive, operational dashboards so everyone can keep track of the data as it updates real-time. This opens up new opportunities for usage of the data by more personas within the organization. On our flight operations dashboard, I can easily track concerning flight patterns and set up alerts for excessive flight speed using Activator. It's seamless to drive action within Fabric or in our operational systems using Power Automate. Prior to real-time intelligence, building a solution that ingests, monitors, analyzes, and more on streaming and high granularity data required deep expertise and complex tooling. Now, with real-time intelligence in Microsoft Fabric, we're democratizing the end-to-end experience for streaming and high granularity data, helping organizations succeed in the era of AI. Every organization
I'm quickly moving on. I had all these demos because I know I had only half an hour and I wanted to show more. So this is the only way. Everyone is talking about OneLake since morning. So OneLake is the OneDrive for data. So all the data that you can get from Salesforce or Snowflake or Google BigQuery, we can get into shortcuts or mirror and put them on OneLake. So OneLake is your OneDrive for the data. It's a single SaaS lake for the whole organization, right? So it's an open format used by all the workloads to store and query your data. So the open format is the Delta Parquet. And all these are automatically indexed for discovery and lineage for PII scans and sharing governance and compliance data. So as you have seen in this picture, so all these workloads are going to go to OneLake and it's going to be read in the form of data factory or analytics or database or real-time intelligence. Shortcuts for existing data across clouds and on-premises is available, and mirroring to add the whole databases into OneLake data estate. And we can go to OneLake catalog and look at a demo.
With the new OneLake catalog, every Fabric user can explore, manage, and govern all of their data in one place. Let's have a look. Starting with discovery, it's been a huge pain for enterprises and their growing data estates. Well, we heard you. OneLake Catalog makes it now easy to discover content to your needs. In this case, I'm a business analyst in a sales division looking for data sources for my next report. I'll start my search by browsing the domains and subdomains in my org, allowing me to focus on data relevant to my business unit. The sales domain is where I'm likely to find what I need. I can explore by endorsement, favorites, and specific workspaces. Next, I'll choose the type of content I want to discover. A number one ask by our customers has been to bring into the data hub all types of content. With the evolution into OneLake Catalog, I can now access the full range of item types in Fabric. From data items like lakehouses, semantic models, and even the new SQL databases, to the most popular insight items like Power BI reports and dashboards, and process items like pipelines or notebooks, I can fine-tune my search so it's as granular as I need. Another top ask has been for item tagging to allow both enhanced curation and improved discovery. So we now support tags. Selecting relevant tags narrows down my results in a click. I'll check out this warehouse. I get an overview of its key metadata like description, location, owner, tags, and endorsement. Drilling into the schema shows me its views and tables so I can see if it contains what I need. I'll try the semantic model next as it looks promising and it's also endorsed by my org as master data. Yet again, I can see now directly in context both the tables like stores, sales, and district, and columns. Based on those, this model is what I've been looking for. Clicking Explore this data lets me drive quick insights on the fly, which I can save for later or share with others. Not only discovery, OneLake Catalog now allows item owners like data engineers to easily manage their data all within one place. The lineage view gives me the end-to-end relations for a selected item. I see everything that's downstream and upstream from the store analysis report up to the global stores SQL database. And from the list view, I learn more about these items like their endorsements and sensitivity. In this case, some items connected to store sales are highly confidential while others are labeled as general. I recall seeing earlier sensitive info coming from that upstream SQL database, so I'll want to ensure it is labeled correctly and all impacted items are in sync. I can easily head to the item settings to set a new label. And this is applied downstream automatically, so everything in the lineage gets updated at once, all in one place. Switching to the Monitor tab, it shows me the latest refresh history. I actually see the data is a bit stale, so I'll hit refresh. I also get in-place access to the full set of item permissions, both for internal and external shares. And with my data now refreshed and the right sensitivity in place, I'm ready to share it with the team. We all need a better way to track and govern all my data at once. Well, the Govern tab allows just that by providing a set of features to help me easily and centrally govern my individual data estate. Like the rest of the catalog, I can filter to domains of my choice or view all domains at once. I get key insights at a glance, like the number and type of items I own, and can click to see more. This report view gives me more information, like my data hierarchy, item inventory, and data refreshes. I can understand how secure and compliant my items are by reviewing their sensitivity label coverage. And I can understand whether my data is sufficiently curated, like my use of tags, descriptions, and endorsements. Back on the main view, I can see governance actions recommended especially for me, like increasing sensitivity label coverage and refreshing outdated data items. Clicking a card brings up a detailed overview, so I understand why there's an issue here and the steps I can take to address it. I get access to the wealth of governance solutions across Fabric from one place, making it simpler for me to navigate on demand to any experience relevant to my tasks. And finally, resources and documentation help ease my learning curve on governance in Fabric and estate-wide capabilities from Microsoft Purview. Finally, the OneLake catalog is not only available within Fabric or in other hosted experiences, it is also the way to discover and explore data from within Office. Here we have moved to the Power BI app within Teams. And once again, the OneLake catalog is available, providing a lens to all your Fabric data across all item types, with the rich metadata, allowing exploration by business domain, gaining insights, and taking action.
So we all have seen how powerful
With the new
OneLake.
OneLake catalog, every Fabric
I'll not go through more videos on OneLake, but OneLake and Delta Lake format, right? In OneLake, all the files are in Parquet Delta Lake. And now we have we are integrating with Snowflake, so we also support iceberg formats now. So transparent simultaneous support for Delta Lake and iceberg formats is public preview. So we are going to integrate with Snowflake. So we are having to do more with data and open standards. So iceberg has a support in OneLake right now. It's a bidirectional data access. For governing and securing, we have Purview. It's a base of everything that we have in Microsoft. And even the OneLake catalog has a secure tab for Purview. It's a single unified view of data across your data platform, and it's so you can view all these security policies by data item, user or role, and update user access or create new security policies within the OneLake catalog as well. And we have, so within Data Factory, we have 170 plus connectors available. And we have data flows and pipelines available within Data Factory. And we used to have Azure Data Factory. Now Azure Data Factory is a part of Microsoft Fabric as a data factory. And we have Synapse in the data engineering section, Power Query, and so it is fully integrated low code to pro dev data using SaaS platform. And we're just showing how many connectors we have within Data Factory, and the data movement is easier than ever using the Fabric platform. And we are going to go into one more demo.
Here in my Fabric workspace, I've developed an end-to-end data analytics solution using task flows and several Fabric workloads. Notice that I'm even running my operational orders app on a SQL database that is running in Fabric. I need to add a new customer dimension to the lakehouse I've built. Since I need to extract, transform, and load the data into the lakehouse, I'll use data flows. Switching to a data flow that I have already started to create, you can see that I have created a customer query and a geography query. The first thing I noticed is that the column headers for the customer query are part of the data. This can be manually corrected, but instead, I'll write a prompt asking Copilot to promote the first row to headers. And just like that, Copilot moves the rows to headers. Next, I need to combine the customer and geography queries into a single query. There are several ways to accomplish this with the user interface. By using built-in data flow capabilities, I can merge the two tables into a single table and quickly decide which columns I want to include in the final output. I also need to add an age column to the final query. Since the output includes birth date, I can just ask Copilot to create this column based on that date. Once Copilot is complete, I can wrap up the customer ETL by specifying the destination. To do this, select the lakehouse as the destination for the query. Then choose the destination target, which is the Fabric Lakehouse. Now decide if the data will be loaded into an existing table or a new table. Verify the mapping, and finally publish the data flow. This saves the artifact and loads the data into the destination. Next, I need to modify the pipeline that orchestrates the entire process for the solution. It shows that we are loading all the dimensions before loading the fact. Let's add a step between these activities to automate the execution of the data flow I just created. Once the activity is added, select the data flow and update the name of the activity. Lastly, let's ensure that the pipeline is scheduled to run at an interval that meets our project requirements. Once all the configurations are in place, the job is saved and executed. When the job is complete, if we head back over to the lakehouse, you can see that the new customer dimension has been created and populated. And just like that, in a short period, we modified our project to include ETL that loads our customer dimensions and adjusts the pipeline that orchestrates and manages all the data movement within the project to include the new step.
Okay, I heard we only have 5 minutes. I'll quickly go through.
Here in my Fabric workspace,
We have. So now Databricks also is going to be mirrored into Fabric. It's going to be public preview with Ignite, which is in a couple of weeks. I'll not go into more demos, but we'll.
So let's imagine I'm building an analytics.
And we also have Golden Gate support now in Fabric. So it can replicate, filter, and transform data into one lake from Oracle. These are all shipped as of today. Within the network security, we have Entra ID, conditional access, private links, and private endpoints are available. We have data security, workspace role, SQL object level security, column level security, row level security. So these are all the asks of customers. So we have shipped all of these, and Purview data governance has lot of these governance features, and Fabric is going to integrate all of these features pretty soon. And I might quickly want to show you one more demo because we wanted to see how the Power BI is using all this data with the Power BI Copilot and stuff. Let's go and look at this, which is.
In this demo, I'm building out an AI virtual analyst that is an expert on all my organizational data. The data we're working with is massive, with many schemas and tables, and I've already scoped it down to only the information my AI agent will need. I'm ready to test my agent. As a product manager, I often have EBCs with enterprise customers, and I would love for my virtual analyst to help me prep. In natural language, I'm going to ask it to help me with my Chevron EBC. As a first step, the agent wants to confirm that its analysis will focus on the correct Chevron tenant, and so it asks me a clarifying question. I confirm that I'm looking for insights related to Chevron Corporation. Now my virtual analyst will go ahead and go through all the different sources of data I provided and prepare its analysis. Normally, this is something that would take me hours, but my virtual analyst speeds up this process and it even gives me insights into its work. For example, I can see it analyzed NPS data, it dug into support tickets, it investigated incidents, as well as some key metrics like MAU. After a bit of time, I can see it has prepared a report for me that can help me prepare for my meeting. To begin, I can see Chevron has good, strong usage across all the products in my portfolio, like Power BI Desktop and the Power BI Service. Next, I can see we do have a couple of incidents open, so maybe there's some issues that are top of mind for them. Digging into the unstructured data, I can see their issues are mostly related to connectivity issues and refresh failures. So maybe I'll ask one of the data integration engineers to join the meeting. Next, I can see their NPS score was at 75, but seems to have dropped in the last 30 days, which may be related to their incidents. My virtual analyst handily gives me suggestions into expected conversation topics, and even an assessment of the relationship index based on all the data it has analyzed. If at any point I want to take a look at their work, I can dig in and see the multi-step reasoning they've done, and even see the code they wrote and the queries they ran. This is a great and very transparent way for me to build confidence into virtual analysts' work. From a setup perspective, we can see the AI is given both agent level as well as data source level instructions, which helps it do things like route the question to the right data source and carry out multi-step reasoning with ambiguous data effectively. I have also added a number of example queries, which are a great way for the AI to learn from the sorts of queries I like to run. Now that we have everything set up, let's go ahead and publish this agent so other product managers in the organization can benefit from having their own virtual analyst too. I give the agent a description saying it's an expert in Fabric customer data, and now I can leverage it inside Fabric, but also across the entire Microsoft ecosystem to build end-to-end AI solutions. For example, inside Azure AI Foundry, I have created a new customer agent and have added my Fabric expert as a knowledge source. This was super easy to do, with Fabric data agents being an out-of-the-box connector inside Foundry. I can now quickly test my agent in the playground and see how my analyst does with some other customer questions. Similarly, I can integrate my Fabric data agents into Copilot Studio. I'm going to jump into my existing agents and select an agent I have already started working on.
Here we can see that we are connected to the Fabric data agent we just built out. And if we ask another question, we yet again see our agent is able to delegate the question to Fabric and get back an answer. I can now publish my agent to many destinations, including Teams, M365 Copilot, and more, meaning my customer virtual analyst can be interacted with from anywhere I want.
Okay, moving along, I think we ran out of time, but I'll quickly
In this demo,
show you guys all the slides. So we have heard like we can sign up for one capacity and we get all these features available within that. If you guys want to talk about data agents, right? Data agents are the new thing that came into Fabric, which integrate with Azure AI Foundry. It's really cool. You can provide your data and talk to your data within Fabric within like few minutes.
Power BI.
Since we don't have time, I'm not going to go through all these demos again.
with Phoenix,
But you guys got the gist of it, right? If you guys have any questions, you can come down and ask me. I work on all these data sets. We release a feature every month. So you see the scrolling screen, right? We have like a very rapid innovation. If you guys are not into Fabric, please try it and let us know how it is. We can help you guys. With that, I'm going to close out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lakshmi. That was amazing. And it's the perfect lead in to our next session. Our next session that we have is on Power BI, and it's all about visual calculations in Power BI. Our speaker is Dean Jurasic. I think I got that right. Thank you. And he is the business intelligence consultant for T2 Consulting. Welcome, Dean.
and
Camera. Camera. I'm camera.
Awesome, thank you. Yes, so Dean. Sorry.
And I heard that. It's my lab out for BI. Yeah. They gotta pay attention. Sorry, we can't talk how we talk it. Until I was
If you're running, you can have.
Yeah.
No, just bring in the baton.
Okay, thank you. How are you describing the size? No, no. Oh, I remember that person. No,
Hello. Okay, cool. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Visual Calculations in Power BI. So before we get started, let me see the Power BI developers in the room. Raise your hand. We have a few. Okay, so hopefully this is relevant to you. And if not, I think we can learn some things as well. So for the Power BI developers, who loves writing DAX? Okay, I know. Lenore, you don't count. You don't count. Who likes writing complicated DAX? And if it's only used for one visual, right? You got one visual, some guys complicated. I don't like it. So what if I told you there's an easier way to write DAX? This is what visual calculations is all about. Now, for me, I like DAX. I like DAX so much, I bought a t-shirt that says I like DAX, and I wear it to FabCon. If I ever wear it to go out shopping or something like that, my wife makes fun of me. People don't know who DAX is. I do kind of like DAX because it makes sense and it's logical, and I've used it for a long time. So I think I have a decent understanding about how it works. But not everyone has that background, and not everyone needs to have that background. So what I'm going to talk about today is some of the personas where maybe it makes sense that someone doesn't need to learn a new language to get what the result they need in Power BI. So I like to help people out on Reddit and in the Fabric community forums. If you've ever been there, they can be very helpful. People post their questions, and people like me or people like yourselves can go there and get their questions answered. So recently I had a situation where excuse me, that's a little weird. Let me get that out of the way. Anyway, this is right in the middle of my presentation. Okay. Recently had somebody ask for help about this, right? This is the measure they're trying to do. They're trying to get last year's sales and compare it to this year's to get a goal. And the measure was not working. So if we look at this, I mean, we can walk through this and figure it out, right? But it's a little bit complicated, especially if you have not used DAX before. And this was a new user. And so I looked at this and said, yeah, I could probably help you figure this out. But what about if we did something like this, using a visual calculation? So this is a lot simpler here, and we're actually looking at the data that's on the visual, and we're making references to that instead of a column or a measure somewhere else where we can't see what the actual value is. So with this visual calculation, we're making reference to a column, financial year, getting the previous value, the yearly forecast. We're doing a little bit of DAX here to see if it's blank or not, but then making the yearly forecast for the next year 1.1% of the sales from last year. So this is how visual calculations works. About me, we already said I'm a BI analyst with Key2 Consulting, and I'll have a LinkedIn QR code if you want to look at that later on. Feel free to connect. So today we'll walk through a couple things. A little bit of the background, definition of visual calcs. We'll do a demo, and then talk about some considerations and limitations in using them, because they are good, but you have to kind of know how to use them the right way. All right, so we already talked about this. The DAX is hard, or it can be hard. The reasons for that are that you need to understand the filter and row context. You need to understand your data model and relationships. And think about this too. Using Power BI is a lot different from people coming from a tool like Excel, right? Like my friend Jackie knows. How many people use Excel? Like 1 billion people worldwide, right? Everyone knows how to use Excel. How many people use Power BI? I mean, a good number, but not as much as Excel, right? So it's a little weird to say, hey, all you Excel users, you have to learn this specific language that only works in this area if you want to use Power BI effectively. That's kind of a difficult sell. And like we talked about, Power BI is a tool that's kind of in between, right? Sometimes you have a dedicated Power BI developer. Sometimes you have a business user that they don't want to learn a new language. They just want to get the result. They want to get a report. They're used to dealing with Excel. Maybe they have other reporting tools, and they're not interested, like many of us are, in learning specific languages, learning technologies for their own sake. So enter visual calculations. Visual calculations make it easier to create calculations that were previously hard to create, leading to simpler DAX, easier maintenance, and better performance from Microsoft Learn. So let's see if that's true. And I'll run very briefly through the timeline. The main point here is that way back December 2022, window functions were introduced in DAX. These are similar to T-SQL window functions, if you're familiar with those. But over time, visual calculations introduced in preview in 2024. Since then, there have been 7 additional features and updates for visual calculations. So this tells me that Microsoft is actively working on this product. They're continuing to make changes to it, making it easier to use and adding functionality to it. Okay. So what are visual calculations? They're a new way of adding data to a Power BI visual. They exist only on a single visual. So if you do use Power BI, you know that usually you'll create a measure that references the data model. Visual calculations don't do that. In fact, they can only reference what is on a single visual, not the entire data model. And they're designed to be easier to use and require less specialized DAX knowledge than measures. So with that, let's do a little demo, and I'll try to switch over to my Power BI report. All right. So I have a couple of examples here, and what I'm going to show on the left is a way to create this visual the traditional way, and then on the right, a way to create the visual using the new visual calcs. So this is sum of profit versus prior year, and running sum. And I've created the measures to do that here, which are pretty straightforward. Right, sum of profit is sales minus cost. Sum of profit versus prior year. You can see there are a couple of concepts here, and let me zoom in. So we have to understand the selected value, what the fiscal year is, and then understand how to escape a date filter to get the selected year -1, and then get the sum of profit from the previous year, which this is not super complicated if you've done DAX for a while. I've done Power BI, but if you haven't, this can be hard to do. And I've had people that are SQL experts, ETL experts, come to me and ask questions about DAX just because it's so different. And it's not because I'm smarter than them. It's just because I've used this language and I understand how it works. And it's not easy for someone necessarily coming from those backgrounds to apply the same concepts to get the answer. They know the answer they want and they know how they would normally do it, but not specifically how to do it with DAX. So with that, let's look at how we can do this using visual calculations. So with visual calcs, everything is going to be within this visual. So even profit here, actually, let me do this. There's a couple ways you can get to visual calcs. You can go here, new visual calculation. You can right-click visual calculation, or you can go here and you can edit these. So let's edit these here. So first of all, we have sum of sales and sum of cost in order to get profit. And let me hide and unhide these. So one thing to consider is that you do need to have sales and cost if you want to get profit, for example, but you can hide those fields. So they're still on the visual, but they're hidden. So I'm going to hide these. You see the profit is just sum of sales minus sum of cost. Now versus previous, you saw what we did before. Sorry, this is getting in my way a little bit. So instead of doing that date table and all and -1, all we're doing here for versus previous is current profit minus previous profit. And then running sum is going to be similar. Oh, actually running sum is just built in. So just running sum of profit. And that is instead of the measure running sum of profit, which is this. All right, so let's move on and look at a couple different examples. Any questions so far? Okay.
Can you show how you got to that screen again?
Oh, so yes. So if you want to do a visual calculation, you do have to enable them in preview, I think, and then you can either right click here and do new visual calculation. You can go to modeling and do new visual calculation here. And I think those are all the ways. Or you could right click or you can click on the ellipses here and do new visual calculation. So 3-month moving average. Here's a measure on how we would do this in a traditional way. So we see a lot of variables here. This could probably be cleaned up a little bit, but I kind of left it this way for simplicity. What we need to understand is how to add and subtract dates, how to find the first day of the month and the end of the month, and then do a calculation of sum of sales where the dates are between the dates we've calculated up here. Again, this is not super complicated, but for someone who's learning DAX, I think it can be calculated. It can be not easy for them. So let's see how to do that here with visual calculations. All we're doing is saying moving average. That's a built-in function. So there are a lot of built-in functions, and you can also do custom functions, which we'll look at. Moving average, sum of sales, and what's the period we want, which is 3 months. So one thing to consider is that visual calculations can only look at data that is on the visual. So for a running sum where we're looking 3 months back, if I'm using traditional measures, you can see the 3.9 here, and this is the same value. So the reason that this is the same is because this visual calculation cannot go back to a date that's not on the visual and reference it. And even when we get to the second month here, this 3.013 is different because this is a average of these two. Even though we're trying to go back 3 months, there aren't 3 months to go back to. So it only does the first two. Then we get to the third month, it's the same because there are 3 months worth of data. There's some ways we can mitigate this, and maybe we can blank out. I'll show on another example, but there's not a way to go back and get something that's not on the visual, and that's by design. So that's just something to be aware of. And so, for example, moving average 6 months, you can see that it's even greater discrepancy. All right, Pareto chart is one that everyone likes to do, and it's very easy to do a Pareto chart with visual calcs. So if we wanted to do Pareto sales by region, here's one way to do it using traditional DAX. All right, so what we're doing here, get the total number to divide by, get the sum of sales for the current region, create a summary table with the associated, and then get a cumulative sum of all the regions that have greater sales than the current region plus the current region. And then divide that by the total. And that's to come up with this 0.23 number, or 23%. What we're going to do down here, much easier. Use running sum again. I did create another column called percent of grand total, so let's look at that first, and I'm hiding that. Percent of grand total, divide sum by collapse all sum of sales. So collapse all, expand all allow you to move up and down a hierarchy. You can do collapse to go up one level, or you could do collapse all to go up to the highest level. Same thing with expand. And then what are we doing that on? Rows instead of columns. The running sum is just percent of grand total, running sum of that percentage, ordering by sum of sales descending, meaning we're doing the highest first. So to me, that's much easier than the other way of doing it. And I don't know if we have time to do this previous row, so I'm going to skip this, but talk to me afterwards if you want to see some more examples, definitely. Let's go back to the presentation. So we've seen that this is pretty cool. I think it's easier to use, so why don't we just use visual calculations all the time, right? We don't need measures anymore. Just do everything on the visual. Well, here are some differences, and you can see we talked about stored in, the measure is stored in the model, the visual calculation is stored only on that visual. So why is this important? Well, let's talk about considerations, other considerations too. You can't filter. It's limited to certain types of visuals. You can't do publish to web or embed for org, though embed for org might be coming, but I've been told that publish to web is likely never going to happen because it requires a signed in user. And these are still in preview. And are we supposed to use preview features? No, they are not meant for production use. So think about that. So why does this matter, right? It's not in the model. Oh, go ahead.
Can't use it with composite model. We're trying to use it across different models into the model sports.
Right. So that's what we're going to talk about, right? So why does it matter that it's not included in the model? Because this is traditionally, at least for me at Key 2, if you hire us to do a project, this is what we're going to do, right? We want to take your raw data, establish a lakehouse or a warehouse. Jeff Levy's going to talk about that later on today if you want to know the differences between the two. But we want to go from bronze, silver to gold. And then on that gold layer, we want to build a shared semantic model. And that's where all our reports are coming from. The reason we want to do this is because that's the single source of truth for the organization or for that part of the organization. So all of our reports creators, when they use measure 1, they're getting the same answer, assuming they're using it in the same context, right? I think that's what you're talking about. Okay, it's always the same, and it has to be the same. So with that in mind, how can we use visual calculations? So let's say this is a traditional development model for Power BI where a report creator understands DAX and they can write the measures no problem. So report consumer requests a feature, the creator writes that measure, adds the visual, review results. So that's the 4th step. The report consumer has what they need. They approve it, and then later on, if we need to involve the data engineer, we want to add it to a semantic model, we can go back and do that. What happens if, okay, and also, yeah, business unit, a lot of times report creator is not coming from IT, it's coming from maybe a business unit, and this is where I was talking about before, where they might not know Power BI, they might have some other tools, or they might know Excel very well. The data engineer is off in IT doing their own thing. They don't really know what the business unit does. They don't really know what the requirements are, so we try not to involve them. There might be an outside company that is expensive. What happens if the report creator does not know DAX and gets a requirement that they don't know how to do? Using the traditional method, they have to ask the data engineer to write the measures. They write the measures, add the visual. So now we're expanding. It's not step 4, it's step 5 where we get the result. But this part, how long does this take, right? What is the process to submit a ticket, get this data engineer's attention, get them to do the work, and also, what if the result is not approved? The data engineer does not understand the business. Probably, maybe they do, and maybe you have awesome requirements, but maybe they don't understand, they do something that they think is right, it's not right, does not get approved, cycle has to repeat. So this is a long time before the report consumer is still waiting, give me what I want. With visual calculations, the analyst doesn't know DAX, let's say. Request a new feature, they don't know how to do it in DAX, step 2. They don't know how to do it in DAX, but they do know how to do it with visual calculations. So they do that. Step 3, they get the result, the report consumer. That gets approved, and then later on, we can go back and add it to the semantic model if we want to, right? If it's something that's used for a single visual, maybe we don't want to add that to the semantic model. But we can do that in a batch process, or we can do that in a scheduled way instead of like an emergency way of we need this for tomorrow. And the report consumer is still getting what they need using this. So this kind of, to me, works well with agile development. If you're familiar with that, the principles of agile, highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. And to me, this works well with that, where we're not waiting for a data engineer, we're not waiting to write requirements, submit support tickets. We're just getting in there, doing what needs to be done, and then later on adding it to the model. Okay, and one other scenario that I've seen and I've been involved in, where I'm coming in as a consultant and I'm going to build a data model for an organization. The business unit gets a request of, give me all the measures that you're going to need forever, from now until the end of time. So they come up with the whole list because they don't want to miss something and they don't want to have to come back to us. They come up with this big list. We go in, we create the model, we create all these measures, hundreds of measures. We go back and look at the report later. And I did this recently with Measure Killer. There were over 100 unused measures because the business unit thought they might need something, but they ended up not needing it. And I don't blame the business unit in this case because they might not get a second chance, or it might be a pain to go back and get them created later. But with visual calculations, we don't have to worry about trying to get everything stuffed into the model at the beginning. You can do more of an iterative approach where you can go back and add stuff later.
Can you elaborate on that? Because that is a big significant thing. Please.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of time. I have about 5 minutes left, so let's talk afterwards. Be happy to discuss that more. Something else here, we talked about Pareto before, and I gave you an example for one Pareto chart. But if I wanted other types of Pareto charts, I'd have to create other measures for each of those. And that makes our model have a lot of measures. Maybe they're used, maybe they're not. With Visual Calcs, we don't have to do that. I'm going to skip this one a little bit. So this is another example where you maybe don't have enterprise data, and you have sort of one developer doing multiple reports. So Power BI usage scenarios. This goes to, should you use Visual Calcs, especially within your organization? If you're a solo developer, you don't have to worry about that. You can kind of do whatever you want. But depending on what level you're at, there's personal BI, where we're looking at simplicity and speed over sharing and collaboration, then expanding to team, where it's maybe sharing reports with a small team or publishing reports to Fabric or the Power BI service. Getting into departmental, where we might have multiple workspaces and apps, and then enterprise BI. So depending on where you are here, especially for personal and team, it can be useful, but even for departmental and enterprise, it can be useful in the example that I gave before, where your content creators and your report creators are using the Visual Calcs to meet the initial need, and then we go back and add to the data model later. We've had a lot of success with this, with people that do write reports from the business. Yeah, they're not technology users. They don't really want to learn stuff. I've showed them this. They say, oh, this is cool. I understand how this works. I understand how I can use this. The other thing that it does is it kind of frees up that report creator to take a chance and try something new without requiring a lot of IT resources. So they might want to do something, but since it's not a specific requirement, they might be afraid to try something, and they don't want to waste resources. If they're doing something quickly in Visual Calcs and they can turn it around and get feedback on it, then it saves time, and they're not afraid to waste resources. So I feel like it goes along with that agile development. All right, so closing thoughts. Visual calculations are another tool in your tool belt. For my people that raised their hands that said, I like DAX and I want to continue using DAX, still do that, right? I don't use these very much myself, but I understand that they might work well for other people and other personas, and I can use them as I need to. Identify good use case candidates. We talked about some of those examples before. Do beware of limitations. So, they can't do publish to web. You can't really share them easily. For me, if you are a BI developer using Power BI, I'd say still learn DAX, right? I think it's still important, but depending on where you are, it may be more or less important. And then finally, watch for future updates, right? There have been 7 updates from Microsoft about visual calculations in the past less than 2 years. So I think there'll be more to come. They are actively working on it. So if you don't see something, or if you see something that you would like to see, it's not there yet, it may be there in the future. And let me give 2 more things. There's a new book out, Simplifying DAX, and of course, Microsoft Learn. One thing I'll show here, if I can, with Microsoft Learn, is that when you look at a DAX function, you can see applies to, and so in this case, applies to calculated column, no, calculated table, no, measure, no, visual calculation, yes, and used in visual calculations only. So there are some DAX measures that can only be used in Visual Calcs. There are other DAX measures where it doesn't make sense to use them in Visual Calcs, and the documentation usually will say that. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I think this book is out now, or it's coming out very soon. Well, feel free to come talk to me afterwards or connect on LinkedIn if you'd like. Thank you.
Appreciate it. So before we do our coffee break, we are going to do another drawing. And so if everybody could just hold on just 1 second here. We're supposed to be doing one more drawing before we break for snacks.
Oh, hell no. Okay, we got, no, it's not keeping it. I mean, I'll drink cognac. I'll drink.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Last time we. I'll drink mine. I always drink that after the. But no, I'm not drinking no scotch. That's the main drawing.
Drawing for a Bluetooth speaker. 412-1927.
Wow. Man.
Oh, okay, here you go. Congratulations.
All right. So now we have a break.
And so we have snacks. Now, the other thing I believe, because I think I saw this, is I'm not 100% sure that Jordan is actually here. I saw something on Facebook that he might be out for COVID. So what we do have, we are running a little over time with our other sessions. So if we can plan to come back at maybe 10 to 4, and then we can start our last session with Jackie at that point. How does that sound? All right. Thanks, everybody.
I'm into it. Like, hey, change the chance. I don't think I would speak for like. Start off with me. Start drinking. So they got this where we're like, no, there's not. Bacteria. They had a whole very specific version of the. Just had like 2 years. And that's the senior. Oh, not that. I drank my first beer over. Great. Okay. No worries.
Keep going.
Have you seen that TV? Great. We have fun. You know what I'm saying? Brewskis, we get straight. That's crazy to drink three something. I don't want to do that much. That's like there has to be faster. You get a little bit. You have your life still in there. Like to me, like if I'm trying to get, I'm like crew. Was nasty. I got it is. But I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I went to go to empty. Yes. Of course, I ain't gonna lie, G. It takes a certain level of people. You don't get into beer by accident. People drinking this shit over, don't act in the lights. And then one day, like, you know what? Oh, bro. I had one beer was she got order with grenadine. That didn't count. She's you know grenadine is right. It's like the sweetener. Like it's like frozen. I had no idea. Okay. Yeah. So whatever that is. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. But I don't know what we already. No, I don't drink anything in beer. Whatever. I don't be drinking.
Then you gotta work.
He's just learning. Just learning. I know, yeah. I didn't start doing it early. No, yeah, I'm still never. St. Louis, G. That's what it's in, like, yeah, it's cool. So, yeah, sure. Go for it. It's at a bar. I think I'm maybe not breaking. Yeah. Okay. My first couple of times. I might be full. Yeah, I'm even. Coming down. Yeah, no. I'll probably just, yeah. You could drink something not. Much of it. So, I drink my cold last year, but it's too much. Yeah. Oh my God. No. Yeah. Old fashioned, but yeah, I'm more of a yak. So you say. I made everybody drink this also. Before I had to do this, that was doing my life. Say that like. Every time I have a great yeah. Huh? White, so I don't like shit. No, that's what makes me. I could really feel the as long as I mix. Like, I'm really like straight on. Feel it for. I never. What do you find? So that's the last power. Put back on. I'm just trying to go to the gas station. You walking past it. I go with you. Yeah. Please, don't do this. Please, just stay. He's not an email. Now, some of you guys, some barely get it. I'm living in Mexico. Oh my God. Now I'm doing my homework. I could leave now. I feel like was already late. I think early and kind of late. It was so that's where you can see. You can see like many beach like they don't care. They don't care. This is beach tea street standard. Oh, I forgot some come back in front. That's how they shoot in front of it. You'll get better. Like one of my previous colleague, relative, I'm telling you, came here for yeah, bachelor, actually computer masters, either like LinkedIn or like the more like exactly, yes, right. The website. I know. I came in. My oh no, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I got my partner, so I don't know. Some kids, master's degree that I totally new to it. But it's not like one of my lady. I mean, everybody to the soul. Yeah, I go to like. I just want to be. I have to look. I'm getting y'all gonna be straight. I Then you can. That is the case. 16. You got no problem. They gonna make it buy sexual and they gonna buy get you sparklers and you don't buy you gotta stand on the couch. Fire shit. I didn't buy this bottle just to drink it. I want everybody to know. I want y'all to see it.
Everything needs to charge. So if you want to start moving stuff, dump in the SD card.
All of his like really directors, CF or whatever, director over there, and the other director scratch. It's like it's a good way to security. Sales kind of person, but you are looking for intern. We have to have a conversation on Thursday. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna try. I tried it out when I was younger. Personally, I don't think alcohol I like. Just beer. You go sales. You sell at least taste. Sales just like so interesting. It's like it's like which one you want? You can have a couple beds still be filling out. It's cool because my I have like 2 racks, like hard. Yeah, so now I start getting loud. And are coming out. So I feel like beer help me work your time. She just then until they you know, she probably heard her all day coming 8 o'clock. Straight little dirt the whole time.
Not true. He's lying.
I'm not lying.
It was not the whole time. It was a lie. Not true. But the ocean. I love that. It's my favorite rapper, but it wasn't the whole time.
You feel lost to you like me?
I could have. You know what? You know what? Exactly. Not true. It's not none of that.
Why do you think in the situation he is now?
Things happen. He's gonna get out.
I ain't
mulatto. He's on camera. That drill shit. Yeah, I don't listen a lot.
Hey, everyone. Anybody here is a Zoom expert? Anybody works with Zoom meetings? Nobody? What do you all work with then? Teams?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well.
You were thinking, master sequence? But sometimes that's good for us. Some of the small are definitely. No, that's. I know that. So what? Which arrow is that? Maybe like, that's like legal. That's when I was in those. That's how it's like, that's crazy. Come on, back in the day. Let me show you. That's not like what you call. No, I don't. I don't know. But yeah, I don't listen to a lot of rap. Like 2016. That's 2014. That's crazy. You remember that? Oh my God. Oh my God. Were you really in fifth grade? No, you weren't. 03. 03 to 14. 11. Oh, boy, I was just doing it with Steph, right? Oh, this. You know, most of like so on.
Hey, everyone, we're gonna get started in just a minute, okay? They had some change of schedule. So we'll just give people a couple more minutes. And then we're going to talk about getting certified in Microsoft Fabric. This is not the original session that was in the time slot. The speaker had some health issues come up that he couldn't make it, so I'm filling it for them.
First round of this is it.
All right. Okay. All right. Go.
Hello, everybody. So we're gonna get started with this afternoon's, the next session right after the break. So want to welcome Shubham and did I pronounce that correctly?
You did, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And as she mentioned, she's going to go through getting certified in Microsoft Fabric. So thank you, everybody, and looking forward to this session.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Shabnam Watson. I am a Microsoft Data Platform MVP, and I've been in the data world for about 20 years. I focus on data and analytics. I started as a programmer, computer science graduate out of school, computer engineering out of school. And this one doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Thank you. So that's why we've been using these.
Yeah.
I would take that. That's we've gone.
Yeah. All right.
There you go.
Okay. So I do a lot of training sessions on Microsoft Fabric, specifically around how to get certified. I have some videos on YouTube to help you get started with the certification. So today's session's goal is just for you to understand what it takes to get ready and pass the exam. And I'm going to give you some tips and tricks. Because when you're trying to get the certification, sometimes you're approaching it from the perspective of you just want to pass it. So you don't have to aim for perfection. You just want to know enough so that you can get your certification. Okay. So I'll share with you some of those tips and tricks. So here's my social accounts here. If you want to connect with me, the best one is LinkedIn. Just please put a note in there and just let me know that we met here so that I connect with you. I'm also writing a book on analytics engineering with Fabric and Power BI with my co-author, Nicola Illick.
All right, so a lot of that's enough about me. So I know we only have about 30 minutes here. So I'm going to go through this stuff. So one of the best ways, by the way, to get started with Fabric is this Fabric Data Days that's coming up. It's entirely free event. It's online. And then if you were paying attention this morning, there is a free certificate. So if you go through this training with Microsoft, you can get free certification for DP 600 or 700. And then those free certs, the free vouchers, they're really good because you can treat it as this is going to be my test exam, okay? Because the exams are hard. You have to study for them, and sometimes it takes people more than one time to pass, okay? So I highly recommend this. And here's a schedule coming out for this week. I have the session on November 11th on how, so you want to be an analytics engineer. So we're going to talk about how in analytics now we have this role that's called analytics engineering, and a lot of companies are hiring for that role. So it's not a data scientist, it's not your regular software engineer. Now we have a need for an analytics engineer. Okay. So how many of you here are familiar with Microsoft Fabric? Okay, so for those of you who are not, I'm sure you've heard about it this morning over and over again. So here's my version. It's Microsoft's end-to-end analytics platform in the cloud. It's software as a service, meaning that you don't install anything, you don't manage any servers. It's entirely in the cloud. So good and bad. But basically, they had such a success with Power BI that they brought in a bunch of other services that were in Azure right next to Power BI. So if you're coming from a Power BI background, it's really good news for you because it's inheriting the same workspace, architecture, security, login that you're familiar with. And it has a capacity model, meaning that you pay a fixed amount and then all of these are included. So you can use Power BI, you can use databases, Data Factory, whatever pieces you use, it has a fixed monthly price. So that's the simplest pricing model, okay? All right, so one of the best ways to learn Microsoft Fabric is actually by taking these certifications. So even for myself that I had been part of the private preview, it's almost now 3 years, but still taking these certifications exposes me with some of the areas that I had not had a chance to get in depth. So if you want to learn it end to end, the certifications are a really good way to do that. So DP 600 touches three and a half of the products here. So you have the Data Factory, you have the analytics, which is the warehouse, lakehouse, real-time intelligence wasn't part of this exam originally, now it's part of it, and then Power BI. The other exam, DP 700, is Data Factory, analytics, and real-time intelligence. So real-time intelligence is a really good option right now if you're trying to go for either one of the certifications because it gives you almost like a third of either one, okay? So the way to go about these certifications is to go to microsoftlearn.com and then search for a study guide. So you just say DP 600 or DP 700, that will land you onto the study guide. Study guide will give you a number of Learn collections to go through. You go through the Learn collections. When you have completed Learn collections, there is these assessments at each of those collections at the end of each module. You have to aim for 100%. If you go through a module and you do not get 100%, you're not ready to proceed, okay? So make sure you're getting 100% consistently. Then you can go outside of the study guide and do a bit more learning. There are blogs you can read, but throughout you have to stick to the study guide because there's a lot of topics you want to make sure that you stay the course, okay? And then there are practice tests.
So these are not the module tests, these are practice tests. For free, you can take them. And the practice test, again, make sure you're getting 100% or very close to it before you take the actual test. So the test is not, it's not difficult, but you cannot wing it, okay? You have to study for it. Even people who have worked in Fabric for a long time, they take the test and they fail. So you have to study for it. And then there is this exam sandbox that you have not, if you have never taken a Microsoft exam, I highly recommend it. It doesn't have actual questions in it, but it has the style of what you're going to see, the test environment. So again, make sure you go to the exam sandbox. And then before the exam, do your hardware test. If you're taking it remotely, make sure you take a hardware test that the exam company, they usually give that link to you. Make sure you don't have anything like VPNs, weird network stuff. You have to make sure you don't have any of them. All right, so here are the 2 Learn collections that are a series of Learn modules that Microsoft has put together. Again, this is helpful because you want to stay on track. Otherwise, as you start reading, like Microsoft Learn is like an ocean, you get lost in it. And we all have limited time and energy, so you want to make sure you stick to the path, okay? And this is what Microsoft Learn looks like. Now, the exams are open book. How many of you knew that the Microsoft certification exams are open book? Yeah. So open book meaning that you're going to have access to Microsoft Learn during the exam. Okay, so your test opens up on the side and then you got Microsoft Learn on the other side. You can search for whatever you want in Microsoft Learn. The thing is the time doesn't stop for you as you're searching. So you have to have some idea where to go and what to look for, okay? Maybe you can depend on Microsoft Learn for maybe 20% of your questions, but you can't entirely depend on it, okay? So one of the things you can do is that you can open up Microsoft Learn. So as soon as the exam starts, you want to open up Microsoft Learn, and hopefully if you have a bigger monitor, you keep it open. Don't mess with it. Don't drag it left and right. And you can have multiple tabs open. So you go ahead and you open up one tab for SQL, one tab for KQL, one tab for DAX, all those languages, or PySpark. Keep them all open. And then as you're going through the exam, you go to them, okay? So when you go to the study guide for DP 600 or 700, there's a breakdown of the skill sets. It tells you like, these are the categories that you're going to be tested on. So you have to pay attention to the categories, do a bit of strategy. Again, we are aiming for 700 is the passing score for the test. So you want to aim for maybe 800, 900, plan it strategically. I know, how many students are here? Okay, so I think it's probably the easiest for the students. You probably can aim for perfection, but for some of the other folks like me that we may have less time or energy learning and preparing, I would say prepare for plan for 800 to 900. And then you can say, okay, if I have 2 of these categories, then I'm going to be good to go. The third category, I don't want to study. Each exam tells you the languages that are in there. Again, if you are, hopefully most of you know SQL. The SQL in the exam is not super hard. If you want to choose between KQL and DAX, KQL 100%. DAX is a must if you're going to be a Power BI developer. But for the purpose of the exam, KQL will get you a lot. Because KQL is one of those languages that you can Google and you can copy and paste. It's very easy to understand. It's once you know the syntax, you can apply it. DAX is difficult to do that with. So if you're going to invest time, 100% KQL will help you in the exam, both exams actually. Okay, so the type of questions that you get, they're multi-choice, there's, drag and drop, create the right sort order, pick 2 out of 5. Those are the kind of questions that you get. There are some questions that you will see where it says, it gives you one question or one problem, and then below it, it asks you like 3 questions. So read the scenario, answer these 3 questions. And this is not the case study, by the way. And then the questions are, does like, if you sort this table, for example, does Atlanta come before San Francisco, for example? And yes, no. And then there's another question and another question, and there yes, no. So these are scored separately. So it's not an all or nothing, because that makes some people nervous over that type of questions. That's why I'm mentioning that one. And there's a lot of, by the way, there is no freehand typing. It's all drop down. So even for SQL, DAX, KQL, you're choosing from existing selections. So hopefully that helps you. This is a screenshot of the exam sandbox, of what it looks like. Definitely try that before you're taking the exam. There are, as you go through the study guide, there are topics, and you're going to notice that some of the topics may not have a corresponding Learn module for them. That's when you can go to some of the community members who have posted on these topics. So these are some of the people, including myself, that have posted about the exams. All right, so this, I'm going to skip out of this, and I'm going to go for, a little bit ahead, because we all know about SQL is great. How many of the students here are learning SQL? There's hopefully SQL is still being taught at school. One more time. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is what Microsoft Learn looks like. So you see, you get your question on the left, and then you get the Microsoft Learn on the right-hand side. It used to be that if you type something that was not Microsoft Learn, like if you try to go to SQL BI side to look something, they would invalidate your exam, but it doesn't happen anymore. So if you accidentally type something that's not Microsoft Learn, it's not gonna let you go to that site. You'll just get a message that says, sorry, you can't visit this site. But otherwise, you can go anywhere you want in Microsoft Learn. And then, as I mentioned, before you take the exam, practice navigating Microsoft Learn. So what I did was, for each language, I memorized one function that I wanted to know about. So for me, this argmax function would take me to the KQL page, the dense rank to the SQL. And then for PySpark, there's not a function. You have to navigate to like the lake house, and then you get to the PySpark example. Because a lot of the questions in the exam, you will find something very similar to it in the study guide and the Learn module. So that's why it's really good to have the Learn modules open. And then as far as taking the exam, so if you can go into a testing center, that's great, but testing centers usually have smaller monitors, so you'll have less of the Microsoft Learn on your side. If you can take it, if you want to take it remote, I've taken both of them remotely. You have to clean your room, which is a blessing by itself, because you have to clean up. Make sure you get a larger monitor. If you have a laptop, you have to close your laptop. You cannot have 2 screens. You would fail their hardware test. Plus, you check in with your cell phone at the day of, so they will ask you to take pictures from the 4 corners of your room. They may ask you to get your camera and show them the room. So it's always easier to clean up. you have to put a note on your door that says, don't knock. They invalidate if they can hear anybody else because they don't want you to be cheating, okay? And then depending on the exam, you may or may not have a proctor actually talk to you. Sometimes you're just going to the waiting room and then it starts. Other times you may have a proctor talk to you and say, hey, can you show me your desk, or can you adjust, okay? And then, some other things, like if you have other people on your network streaming, make sure that doesn't happen. Also, if you can, get on a wired network, okay? Let's see. So some other things that you have to be prepared to do is take a picture of yourself. So if you don't like to have a picture of yourself and upload it, you have to go into a testing center. They will get mad at you if you turn off your camera. They have to see you at all times. Yes, there are some rules of behavior you have to sign. One of the things that gets people a lot is that you cannot read the questions. So you have to be quiet. So if you're the type of person who likes to read a question to understand it, you have to learn to read it in your head or go to a testing center. But because remotely, when you're doing that, they think you may be reading it and someone in the other room is like taking notes. So cheating. So that can be hard. They do tell you, like the first time they say, oh, please don't say the sentences out loud. When you're scheduling your exam, account for bathroom breaks. Don't schedule anything right afterwards. A lot of people don't put a meeting right after the exam, because your exam is not going to start exactly on time necessarily. There may be a delay. So you schedule for 10, but you may not get in till 10:30 or 10:15. So don't schedule anything afterwards to stress yourself out. Okay. And then if you go to the bathroom, you're allowed to have bathroom breaks. But if you go to the bathroom, your answers up to that point get locked in. Okay. So you cannot come back and review them. As you're going through the exam, you can mark them as, I want to review this, I want to review this. But if you leave the room, they get locked in, okay? There are also 2 case studies. One is in the beginning, I think, for sure. The second one, I don't remember where it was. Case studies also, the questions, they get locked in. So once you leave the case study, you cannot go back to them. But it gives you plenty of notifications. So it tells you, like, once you leave, you cannot go back, okay? So now one tip with the case studies is that go and look at the questions first and then go through the case study. Because the case studies are pretty wordy. It's like several paragraphs, like 2 pages of, there's this company and it has a sales department, a finance department, and this, and then half of it is wasted. Half of it is extra stuff. So go read the questions first and then the case study. And then the ones that you don't have any idea, general test taking advice, just answer it anyways. There's no negative consequences of you answering a question. It doesn't bring your score down. And then use the power elimination. And then final tip is this: if you're really, really stuck, some of the questions may or may not be exactly out of Microsoft Learn. Okay, so if you have no clue whatsoever, go in Microsoft Learn and type part of the question. It may land you onto the Microsoft Learn page. We talked about the case studies. They take a little bit more time. And then once you get to the end of the exam, they always give you an opportunity to leave feedback for Microsoft. So that if there are some questions that you felt like the question is wrong, you can always leave some feedback for that. And then once you make it to the end, you get your score and hopefully you pass. If you don't pass, go over, study again. Don't be discouraged. I know a lot of people, their biggest, the thing that keeps them from going and taking the exam is the fear of failing. That's like their biggest fear. It's like, oh, I've been in this field for this long and I'm an expert and I'm going to I'm going to sound so stupid if I fail the exam, so they don't take the exam. But nobody, first of all, nobody knows your passing score. If you pass for 701 or 1,000, nobody knows that. And then if you fail, nobody knows, you know. Take it again, especially the free vouchers, use them. And then once you, the free vouchers, the way it works is that it has a timeline of, for example, you have from now till December to schedule your exam, but that doesn't mean you have to take the exam till December. That means you have till December to schedule it. It can be 3 months, 4 months out. And then once you schedule it, typically they let you reschedule. So sometimes you may come to like 48 hours before the exam. You're like, oh no, I'm not ready. You can reschedule. So as soon as you have an opportunity, you get a voucher, go ahead and schedule it, and then you can reschedule as long as read the fine line. For me, was Pearson VUE and was very easy to reschedule with them within 24 hours. So I rescheduled 3 times before I felt like I was ready to take the exam. Okay, so if there are any questions, you can pause here. Yes. How many questions? I don't have the exact number of questions here, but roughly I want to say there are about 50 or 60 questions, and it's about an hour. Yes, no more than an hour and a half. The whole thing is about hour and a half. By the time you log in, you go through their NDA, some rules of behavior, and by the time you exit, it's about an hour and a half. So we have a few minutes. I can show you the study guide. So basically any exam that you want to prepare for with Microsoft, the way to do it is you go to Microsoft Learn, and then from there you bring up the study guides. Yeah, exactly. So it's going to tell you everything. So if you just go to learn.microsoft.com and you type in the exam, so this is for DP600. If you scroll down, it gives you the skills that are being measured. So who is this exam for? These are the ratios that you need to plan for. And then there's a breakdown for each one. So what does maintaining a data analytics solution mean? It means you need to be able to create workspace level security roles, et cetera, et cetera. And then if you further down, there are the study resources. This is where you're going to find the learning paths that you can go through. And then this one does not have the number. About the exam? Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I'll go there in a second. But like here, by the way, here's the free practice assessment is here. And then exam sandbox I was mentioning is also here. So these two are super important to also do. So, okay, here, yes. I don't see the number of questions in here, do you? So they don't have it in this one, but yeah, about 50 or 60 questions. So by the way, so I have, and same thing for DP700. So what I did, I've blogged about my experience passing DP700. So for DP700, what I did was I pulled the skill set from the study guide into a Power BI report. Well, into an Excel file and into Power BI report, because it may take you a long time to study, okay? So it's hard to keep track of what you've studied. It's pretty broad set of skill sets. So what I did for myself was I started with an Excel file, and as I was studying, I would give it a weight of 0, 1, or 0.25 because there are some topics that you don't find an exact match for. So I did this for myself. It's on my GitHub. You can get to it if you like it. You can update for yourself. Let's see, what else? I would say the other thing is to join this. Previously, we've had other events like the data day, the Fabric data days. So right now, that's one of the really good opportunities to join and learn. I'm trying to get out of this. 1 second. Okay, so I did not know that, but I'm hearing that if you have your company has an enterprise agreement, the vouchers may not be usable. Yes. Because is that because the enterprise agreement gives you free vouchers? Okay, so you have a different discount. So, by the way, something else too, talking about organizations, reasons to certify. Okay, why would you want to certify? One of the reasons, obviously, is to, when you're doing a job interview, if you're equal with another candidate, hopefully the certification is going to give you a boost. And right now is a tough job market, so it would be good to have any kind of boost over another candidate. So definitely recommend it. Plus, for learning purposes, it's always good for yourself to learn the topics. But also talking about organizations, that reminded me, some of the consulting companies, they actually need a certain number of certified professionals. So if you have a certification for DP 600 or 700, it puts you ahead of other candidates because it's important to the companies to have a certain number of certified employees in order for them to be able to participate in certain events with Microsoft. Like some of the trainings from Microsoft, like Fabric in a Day events, the only partners that can do that are the partners that have a certain number of people who have passed DP 600. So these certifications are valuable to have if you're looking for a job. All right, any other questions?
Question come up a couple times in their meetup about how holistic the study guide is. In other words, there's a little bit of anxiety for folks that there's going to be things that aren't on the study guide that they somehow need to know to study as well. In your experience, is it pretty holistic?
Okay, yes. So the question is, how holistic is the study guide? It depends. If you want to get a perfect score of 1,000, it's not. Okay, it's not. you will get 800 if you have this study. There are some areas. That's why you need to. No, the study guide is okay. So let me rephrase. The study guide gives you the exact topics that you're going to get questions on. The learn modules that are linked to the study guide are not 100%. They don't give you 100% coverage. So as you're going through, if you pay attention, some things you have to go out. So like things like troubleshooting, data factory, data flows, error handling. There are some topics that just broadly says performance optimization. So what is that? So for those things, you cannot find a learn module. So I absolutely did go outside of the learn modules. But that would be, that's like the last step. You've studied everything else and now you want to make sure 100% you don't fail, you do that part. Yep. And so with for DP 700, by the way, I have put on my GitHub, I have an OneNote with all of my study notes. And what I did was the morning of, I went back and I just read through them really, really fast because again, it had been like 2 months since I had studied some of the topics, and that helped me. Okay, so any questions? Who is planning to take any of these certification exams? Okay, awesome. Awesome. All right, so for those of you who raised your hands, I have some stickers here to give you. They're not the certification stickers, but I think when you come to, hopefully you can join FabCon in Atlanta in March. And I'm pretty sure they're gonna have the actual certification stickers if you join there. They're pretty cool. They look like the logos that you saw on the slides. But for those of you who are planning to take the exam, come here and I'll give you some free Microsoft Fabric stickers. Some of them are shiny. The shiny ones are from Vienna. They're from FabCon Vienna. I was able to get a couple. All right, any other questions? Awesome. All right, well, thank you, everyone. If you have any questions, I'm here. Let's chat. If you need any help with getting through the certifications, let me know. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of the conference, which I think this is the last, right? Or is there anything after this? All right, one more.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Shabnam and everybody. Yes. Great discussion. Thank you.
Sticker. Yep. Even I did not got any post. I want to get that certification. Saying I breathe. They gone. What I would do is I would schedule it like the maximum meeting we did, and then call them like, nah, I can't make it. I gotta sit back some more. They're gonna be like, oh, okay, it's fine. Let's wait till next year. It's still free. They gonna schedule it when you're gonna have a new fabric. I'm gonna take it. Oh, please, got it. At this point, you're very. It's like, oh, put back in. Oh, yeah. The CEO. I know. Bill Gates came in, everybody, you know, they can get out. You know, the car, job.
Then how do you?
What GSU? I know, I pressed on thing, I can't wait. It's too late.
Yeah. That's all. You have a deal with you, and then.
Oh, my God. It's over now. No, that's what they want.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I just sharpened it. You don't have to like. You know, get a big spot.
Whatever I'm expressing, that's it. Oh, yes, yes. Nowadays, people there. So he's from there as well. That's how in a college. There used to be a big team back then. So like that's how I know. Like the same thing.
Yeah, also.
Around like 83 or something.
So did you get like?
Yeah, I should learn that. No. If it's not a big area, your family's might not. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have time. I do have years of experience, trust me. Not one I have almost 5 different certificates, but yeah. Now, like my focus is the basic education, doing some kind of theory, like data science. Right now, I'm pressing data science. So, this is my focus. I'm spending time. They're coming on. So, like this, what are my previous several certifications on I'm attending, but I'm not having any proof for it. Then I think, okay, if you're going to the same they know I've been master's in data science from this university. But obviously, same effort I'm putting, but I will not able to. I am focusing on the my focus stage.
Wow, I didn't get one.
Because I didn't want to miss the game. You didn't come late. I don't know how much improves. Did you really get?
I like
Oh,
What's what? Oh, that's the. Yeah, they. I still have my ass at the bottom.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. We have our last session coming up. Our last session is Excel to Power BI, a guided demo. And we have Jackie Chiatti, who's here to do this session. And Jackie is she's an Excel to Power BI trainer and consultant with Phoenix Computer Consultants. Welcome, Jackie.
Okay. Hey, welcome. Hi, everybody. Good to meet you. And welcome to this session from Excel to Power BI, a guided demo. I hope we're not getting feedback. So just a little bit about me. I should have worn my GSU t-shirt because I'm actually a proud Panther. Woo woo. And I've been a trainer since 2001, owning my own business. So that makes it, what, about 24 years. Yeah, my hair is all white. I just dyed for these things. But so in that time, I've worked as a trainer for a ton of organizations, some of which you will recognize, like Coca-Cola, Emory University, Zaxby's, so forth and so on. So again, I'm mostly a trainer. I do some consulting. So and my niche is Excel users who are transitioning to Power BI. And how I started with that is that, when the big rollout of Power BI was happening maybe about 7 or 8 years ago, of course, Power BI is older than that. A lot of people were complaining. They were saying, well, we want everybody to use Power BI, but they keep asking us for Excel worksheets. What can we do to get them to stop asking us for Excel worksheets? And my response was, no, they're right. If this is what they're accustomed to using, let's help teach them how to bridge. Let's not tell them it's either or. Let's tell them it's a bridge and teach them how to bridge it. So my number one goal in today's session, and let me make sure I stay on time. My number one goal in today's session is understanding. For those of you who are Excel users, and I know I've met a lot of people in the hallway who are much more advanced, right? But for those of you who are Excel users and are not familiar with Power BI, that's my number one goal to get some understanding. So who here is not that familiar with Excel? I'm not that familiar with Power BI, but is an Excel user. Okay, good. So I do see some of my audience. And so the reason I mention that is because sometimes I will say some things, and those of you who already know Power BI, you're going to be thinking, no, well, that's not technically correct. Yes, I know, but I'm going for basic understanding. So we're going to start off. This is typically a 90-minute presentation that we're putting in a 25-minute bag. So I just want to put something out here. Those of you who are interested in the longer presentation, connect with me on LinkedIn. So the next time I offer it, I'll give you a code so you can get in for free, okay? But we're going to start off talking about the Power BI workflow, how you get from soup to nuts in Power BI. I'm going to do a short demo. And then I'm going to go into explaining some of the similarities and differences between Power BI and Excel. And if we have time, we'll just finish off with a little blurb about how to exchange data between Power BI and Excel. So first topic, Power BI workflow. What does the BI in Power BI stand for? It stands for business intelligence. And the whole purpose of business intelligence is for you to be able to analyze data, get data from a bunch of sources, internal, external. I think sometimes you may have a situation where you can get it from, you have one unified source you can get it from, but we're talking about classically, you can get it from PDF files, Excel workbooks, databases, and so forth. Bring it in, analyze it so you can get insights, and the end reason is for your organization to be able to make decisions. Okay, so this is the purpose. So the reason why I wanted to set that up to begin with is because when we start to talk about some of the ways Power BI is organized, when you think about the purpose of BI is for analyzing and to get insights, then things start to make sense. Okay. So this next slide is a question I actually answered when I was talking to some people out in the hallway. What are some of the major Power BI components? There's Power BI Desktop. How many people have not used Power BI Desktop before? Anybody? Okay, so there's Power BI Desktop, which you can get free now and forever. And with Power BI Desktop, you can actually learn on your own the first 4 steps in the 5-step workflow of Power BI. So if you do not work for an organization that has Power BI and you want to be able to play around with it, you can get Desktop today for free and download it on your machine. Then the second major component is Power BI Service, which is basically powerbi.com. You need Power BI Service if you want to take your graphs and your visualizations and publish them on the web so that other people can share and collaborate with you. That does come with a price, but you can get a free trial. And you didn't hear from me, but sometimes the free trial never expires, okay? But you can get a free trial so you can play around with it. And again, the Power BI Service is what you're gonna need for sharing and collaboration. Now, to get the free trial, you do need an official email address. And if that happens to be a roadblock, you can Google how to do that, or like I said, hit me up on LinkedIn and I'll send you a little blurb on how you can get access to Power BI Service if you have like a Gmail or a Hotmail or something like that. Yes, school account works, work account works. If you don't have that, thank you for that. If you don't have one of those, then you will have to do the kind of like the workaround. All right. So let's talk about the Power BI flow, how you get from beginning to end in Power BI. The very first step, and I'm deliberately not using tech language, okay? So the very first step is for you to get or to import and clean your data, okay? So those of you who are in the Excel world, typically you get your data from a CSV file or something like that. You might use formulas like, you might split up columns. You might use formulas like upper, lowercase, and so forth to clean up your data before you start to do your visualizations. So that's the first step in the Power BI flow. Once you're done with that, your data is clean, is ready to be used. You post it to Power BI. So you take it out of where the state where you're transforming it and you actually load it to Power BI. So that ETL acronym means extract. That means gets the data in from all the different sources. The T is transform. That means clean it up. And then the L is load. That means you load it to Power BI. So once you get it in Power BI, now you have to establish the relationships between the different tables that you have, okay? So let's say in Excel, you have a spreadsheet where you have information about, let's say, a product, right? And you have another spreadsheet that has information about a vendor, right? And you want to, in your product spreadsheet, all you have is the vendor ID, but now you want to get the vendor name from the other spreadsheet. What do you do in Excel? XLOOKUP, that's it. I hope people are starting to get to use XLOOKUP and no one says VLOOKUP, but yes, XLOOKUP, VLOOKUP. If you really are a glutton for punishment, then you can use match and index, but that's how you do that, right? In Power BI, you establish the separate tables and you establish the relationships, and that's what enables you to do what you can do with VLOOKUP in Excel. Step number 3, now you start creating your formulas. And we've heard a lot of things in here about DAX and how difficult DAX is, but that's where you get into DAX. You start creating your formulas using DAX. And I actually have a class that I developed called Stop Dreading DAX. It doesn't make you an expert, but it teaches you the basics in a way that's easy to understand. That's step number 3. All right, step number 4. This is a step that everybody loves. That's where you start to create these beautiful charts and graphs. Well, this is the 4th step in the process. You or someone else has to do all 3 in order to make the 4th step possible. And once again, all 4 of these steps are done in Power BI Desktop, which you can get for free if this Power BI is something you want to learn. And then the last step is when you get to the internet. So that's when you're publishing your reports on powerbi.com. Okay? So let me just show you an exploration of my Power BI screen and make sure it's still up. There we go. Okay, so this is a Power BI report opened up in Power BI Desktop. And when you open up a report in Power BI Desktop, you actually come to the view that's the end result. This is the actual report. But you see these icons here on the side? These are the different steps that you go through before you even get to the report, okay? So first you clean up your data and your data gets clean and you say, okay, load it to the model. That's where you come to this view. This is the view where you set up their model. So remember, we're talking about using VLOOKUP to link data from different spreadsheets. We're in here by establishing this relationship. That's what it enables you to be able to pull related data from multiple tables, okay? Anybody here in the CIS program at Robinson College of Business? Are they still making you take course upon course upon course about establishing relationships? And yeah, fun times. Okay, so then when you're done with that, you can come here to table view. Let's see if it's going to let me switch. And in table view, this is where you can view your tables. Oh, by the way, let me go back to model view. Here in model view, you can also set properties for your fields. And then you come here either in table view or in report view. This is where you would create your formulas and functions that you need for your graph. So let's say we have a list, we have a table full of sales information. If we want to calculate total sales, that's not part of our data. We have to create a formula to do that, right? So in Power BI, you would have to create formulas, which are typically referred to as measures. They're also calculated fields to calculate anything that you're going to need for your visuals, okay? So like, for example, here where we have the amount of opportunity revenue, we had to create a formula in order to do that in DAX. Opportunity count, we had to create a formula in order to come up with this number. So that's your step. Then you get to the fun part, the part everybody except for us nerds love, and that's where you start to create your visualizations like what's seen on the screen, okay? After you're done with this step, then what you do is you click the button, the publish button, and that is what publishes your report to powerbi.com. So let me flip over and see if I still have that open. And let's see if we can pull it up. Again, when you're trying to share and collaborate with others, this is where it happens. You have to publish it first before you can do that.
Email the report.
Or even, please do not mention email to me. Do not talk to me about putting things on a SharePoint. We're getting away from that. We're moving up in the world. All right, so this is the same thing on powerbi.com. So you fixed it, now you can publish it. And you see here you can share with other people, right? Up here, you can export. We don't have time to do that, but what I can do is once I've created my semantic model, which is basically all the tables, all the formulas and everything, and published it, I can come here and I can export it to analyze it in Excel. And what it does is it takes all those tables and their connections and exports it to Excel so people can use pivot tables to play with it. So when you have users who are saying, oh, I love this on Power BI, but I want to do some things on my own, you can export all of these tables to Excel for them to do whatever, link to them in Excel for them to do whatever it is they need to do. You can also come on a report by report basis. And if you click the ellipse, a visual by visual basis, click the ellipses, click export data, and it'll export the data for that particular visual. Okay, so that's just some ways for you to share with your people. Okay, so that's the entire process from soup to nuts. Transform it, establish your relationships, create formulas, create your reports, publish. That's it. So what I wanted to talk about now is I'd like to go through each of these steps and discuss some of the similarities and differences between Power BI. The first thing is when you start to enter your data. Everybody knows they can go into Excel and just start typing willy-nilly whatever they want, right? You cannot do that in Power BI. There is an exception. That's why I put the little asterisk there. But with Power BI, it's built for you to extract, for you to import your data only. Okay, that's what it's built to do. And then the other difference is that Power BI is built to support massive, huge data sets. Okay, so that's the difference when it comes to entering data. When it comes to cleaning up data, within Excel, you have two options. You can create functions or you can use Power Query. So you can create functions, you can do things like separate text, append text, make things uppercase, clean them up. You can do them within Excel functions. But everything you can do with Excel functions, you can also do in Power Query. And this is just a snapshot of Power Query in Power BI versus Power Query in Excel. It's like 95% identical. So when you learn how to do Power Query in Excel, you are 1/3 of your way to learning Power BI, okay? So that's the difference when it comes to cleaning up data. Now, the next part of the process, when you're talking about tables and relationships, your tables are essential in Power BI, okay? And your relationships are essential in Power BI. You've got to link those tables together in order to be able to create your visualizations. Within Excel, you have something that's Power Pivot that is somewhat similar to Power BI, but not, maybe about 50% similarity. So it's not like Power Query where if you learn it one place, you know it everywhere, okay? Then when you're trying to link your data or establish connections between multiple spreadsheets or multiple workbooks in Excel, you know that you have your X lookup, your V lookup that you can use. And what those do is when you do a V lookup, it permanently brings that data into your Excel spreadsheet, right? In Power BI, your tables are connected and you just pull the data as you need it. So if you have a visual that you want to have products and vendor name, create your visual, show that, and you use it for just exactly what you need it for. Within Excel, if you're trying to pull that information, you do a VLOOKUP for the entire column and you have that entire column of VLOOKUP data in Excel. So those are the differences. So again, within Power BI, you have got to establish relationships between your tables. Now, creating formulas, that's the much dreaded DAX everybody has been talking about all day today, okay? Within Excel, you create your formulas within a cell. Within Power BI, you use DAX formulas and they change based on context. I'm gonna show you an example of that rather than explain it. Okay, this stereo. So here's an example. This is an Excel formula. Everybody's familiar with it. Summing up cells B1 through B19. There's a sum function in DAX. It's working on the column called product revenue. So it's saying total revenue equals the sum of that entire column. And the answer that you get back depends on what's called the filter context. So I'm just going to give you a demo. Hopefully y'all can see that. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Whoops, too much. Okay, so here we've calculated the revenue, $1.97 billion, right? That's using DAX. Now, what does it mean by filter context? What filter context means basically is that your formula results change based on the filter that you've applied, okay? So this is all of our revenue, 1.97 billion. Now, if I click here where it says large segment, number changes. Same formula, different number, because the filter I've applied to it now is I say I want to see only for my large segments. All right, we back to 1.97 billion. If I click the East region, my answer changes again. Again, the same exact formula, but the answer will change based on what you've selected, which is a simple way of describing filter context. So that's a difference between, the main difference between formulas in Excel versus Power BI. Now, when we come to visualizations, you have choices of a lot more visuals in Power BI. You also have that interactivity. For those of you who've worked with Excel before, okay, let's say you have pivot charts on a screen and you have a slicer. And you want to, when you put a slicer on your screen, does that slicer automatically filter through every single visual on your screen? Yes or no? In Excel, yes. Like here, if I have a whole bunch of different charts and I have a slicer and I click the slicer, does it automatically filter all of my charts all at once? Yes, and if you link the pivot table to the slicer, so in Excel, you have to take the slicer and say, connected to this source, connected to that source. Within Power BI, all we do is if we have a slicer, it just automatically filters every single visual on the page. You have to change that from happening. So you see how this makes it a lot easier when you're actually creating visuals and you want to be able to interact with them. The other thing with Power BI is this thing called interactive filtering, where if I click, let's say small and medium, this number changes as well as the heights of my bars in my chart, okay? So this all happens automatically in Power BI. So that's the other difference. You have more choices of visuals and you have interactive highlighting. Now, when we get to the last step in the process, when we're publishing, sharing and collaboration, this is the difference with Power BI. With Power BI is built for sharing and collaboration. If you want to collaborate on an Excel spreadsheet, those of you who are Excel or an Excel workbook, pardon me, those of you who are Excel experts, if you want to collaborate on an Excel workbook, what do? Share it. You can put it on a shared folder, in a shared folder where everybody has access to it. You email it, you're not sharing it because you're giving somebody a different version. When you're dealing with Power BI, that sharing and collaboration is built in. It does require that subscription, like I said, and you also have seamless security. So you can have the same set of visualizations, and you can say, if somebody from California is looking at this, I want to show them visualizations based on this, on their data. And if someone from Montana, I don't know, Utah is looking at it, I want them to only see their data. So that security and that seamlessness is built in. All right, and the last thing I want to talk about is how do you answer that one question? Like I was literally teaching, the PL300 is the class that you take for Power BI that prepares you for the Power BI exam. And I was teaching one this week and they were saying 2025, same thing. We developed these, everybody wants a set of the data in Excel so they can do their own exploration. So we already talked about how you can analyze in Excel. That gives the person their access to your entire data model. And then on a visual by visual basis, we can export the underlying data to Excel. And then we can also copy and paste. So those are 3 ways that you can get your data out of Power BI into Excel. And with that, I'm happy to open it to any questions and answers. I wanted to also mention, you know, if you're interested and you want to take this is the link to my LinkedIn, by the way. So let's connect. But if you're interested and you want to know when we offer the full class, you're interested in taking it, it's going to be a virtual class. Just let me know when you connect with me on LinkedIn, and I'll make sure I inform you and give you the code to get it for free. And that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. That, of course. There you go.
Yes, no problem. Are there any questions? We do have a minute, so if anybody has a question, you have a question?
Yeah, a couple questions. Ask more than one or just one? Ask more than one or just one?
Yeah. Yes, you can.
Let's start with data modeling. How do you get rid of many relationships?
How do I get rid of them?
Yeah, put up tables. It doesn't let you link it. Says many to many.
Have you tried putting a table in the middle, a liaison table to work on? So you put a table in the middle that has a one-to-many relationship on this side and then a one-to-many relationship on the other side. So like, for example, if you have a situation where you have one author can write many books and a book can be written by many authors. So that's a many-to-many relationship. So in that case, you will put a table in the middle that contains something like the ISBN, the unique number for that book. You use that to attach it to the author table, and you use it to attach it to the book table. So that's, you put a table in the middle.
And the second question, I know you talked about creating different measures and stuff. Can you just touch on the differences between creating a measure and creating a column?
Of course, yeah. So when you create a column, which is also referred to as a calculated field, what you're doing is you're creating another column in your data model. So you're adding data to your data model, you're making it larger, and you're adding a permanent column, right? When you are creating a measure, you're basically creating something that you just pull from on an as-needed basis. So for example, if you have a data set where you have like the date of birth, no, let's not use date of birth, hire date, right? And you want to be able to see the length of time people have stayed with an organization. Something like that, you probably want to create a separate, have a formula to create that column that shows it in the table. That's attached to your model, that adds to your model, okay? Something like summing up revenue, averaging revenue, you probably want to create a measure. Measures are preferred if you can get away with them because they're not permanent, they don't add, they don't bloat up your model. And yeah, so if you have a choice between the calculated column and a measure, you want to do the measure, if you can. Any other questions?
We're also doing one more raffle.
Ooh.
Good luck, everybody.
I know, right? Come on, this one has to be.
Right before.
Get burned.
No.
I was like, please, bro, past the 250 for
Yes, so we are doing one last raffle.
Wait,
And
they're still coming.
oh, there. All right.
Still coming.
I should have entered.
Come on, there. Come on, guys, they want it. Hold it, come on.
That'd be great. What?
Yes, we are doing the raffle. We're just waiting on a couple of people to come into the room. And you have a question in the back of the room. That I don't know.
No, but some of the raffle prizes are discounted parking coupons that we acquired, yeah. We're doing our best to, lower the parking, but it's not our parking garage, so. Just open the gate.
Okay, we've got a lot of people coming in. It might be under her computer. There's also a pair of glasses. Okay. Okay, we're doing our one last raffle.
Serving a market.
Are we ready? Yeah, I brought the box. I'm just waiting. Okay, so it's our last raffle, correct?
Yes, this is the best.
That's it? Okay, so what are we raffling first? Are those the parking? I actually am parked in another spot, so I'm good. But people were asking about it, so the parking is a. Oh, thank you. All right, are we good? Are we ready?
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
The first one. It's discounted parking.
The whole number or the last three? Okay, 4122350. 4122350. Okay. Let's try another one. All right, we're still going for parking tickets. 4122043. 043. She's too off. Okay, let me see if I can try to do something for you. Oh, no. Okay, 4122102. We have a winner.
Oh, no.
You have a cycle day.
All right, so let me keep going.
Yeah, yes.
It looks like all of these start with 4122. So 080. Okay, you read the whole thing. Okay, so I'm gonna do the last four numbers. 2086. 2086. Okay. Maybe we should ask them some questions, and if they answer them, they could get a parking ticket. 2022. Or, okay, depending on my presentation. Okay. Okay, so when it comes in Power BI, we do tables and relationships, right? What do you do in Excel instead of that? X lookup.
Get a parking spot.
Okay, so, and this probably there are several different good answers depending on how you interpreted it. In Excel, when we're creating functions, we base them on cells. In DAX, Power BI, when we're creating functions, what do we base them on?
Oh,
Columns, okay.
I was gonna say fields.
Fields, okay. There's something I'm looking for. What determines whether or not the value of the result of a formula changes? Okay, anybody else? Any other guesses? I'm winking. Any other guesses? Because he already has a parking ticket. Filter context, that's it. Okay. So what is everybody should get this one. What is a component that's pretty much 95% the same in Excel and Power BI? Okay, the gentleman in the back? No. Okay, we got any more? How many of these tickets we have? The answer is Power Query. The correct answer is Power Query. I don't think I filled them. I did? I said that. I don't think I said that. I said it. I said. Okay. When do we start talking about Power BI? When? Not when it was created. When did we start talking about it?
2007.
2007. Okay. Anybody? I said 2017. So.
Gonna say 2018.
Okay.
That's when it happened in plan.
Yes. Okay. So 2017, 2018, around that time frame, that's when it started happening in Atlanta. All right. And then when we're pulling for that, you want me to use a ticket to pull for that? Okay. So just let me know when. Okay. Okay. 3 more questions. Okay. I know. How many steps are there in the Power BI workflow? Lady in the brown? 5. Okay, that's the right answer. All right. How many steps in the Power BI workflow take place in Power BI desktop? I'll look on this. 4. She's right. 4. You don't need a parking pass? Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Did you get a parking pass? You can give it to him up there. Okay. Let's see. We got one more question. Okay. So you've created this beautiful Power BI report. And now the people, they don't want your Power BI report. They want all the tables that are beneath the Power BI report. How do you get them that information? And this might be a long.
Easy or the better way or the way you can do it on the server? Which one do you want?
Whichever way you want.
What I do is I click and I export out the tables using desktop.
Okay.
That's the way I would do it because that allows me. If I want to get it without the sampling, I would actually use like DAX Studio because DAX Studio will hold the entire thing.
Okay. Okay, that's one answer I did not address, but that is a good answer because when you reference the semantic model, it gets all the tables. But what is the thing I mentioned in the class that you could do to get them all the tables, all the connections so they can play with it to their heart's content in pivot tables? Okay, export. Anybody else? Export. So it's export, and it's when you click export, you click analyze in Excel. So you can watch it over here. Is that it for my, do we have any other question? Oh, I got one more question if we have one more ticket. Okay, so they want the data that's on one particular visual. They don't believe your visual, so they want to get that underlying data. So how do you get it to them?
Right click, visualization and export.
Export, yes. Okay, if we're doing it in the service, so we got export, and that's you. Okay, do we have any more tickets? That's it. Okay. Okay, this young lady, but you said you didn't need a ticket, or did you already have a ticket? Okay, yeah, so you click the 3 dots and you click export, and that's how you get the data underlying that particular visual. Okay. Okay, the gentleman with the desktop answer, I think in the red shirt, I think he needed a ticket, and he got it correct.
Okay, we're done.
All right. So now we're pulling for the big prize. Okay, you guys who have noisy coworkers, noise canceling headphones. Drum roll, please.
Yeah.
All right. So the number is, I'm going to read the entire number. It is 4122021. Okay. Let me come from the top this time. All right. Oh. 4122083.
Oh, you're so close.
Okay, we're going to shuffle them up a little bit. All right.
4122353. 353. Go back to the bottom. 4122240. All right. I have a good feeling about this one. 4121902. 4121902. That's why I don't go to Vegas, people. Let's try another one. Yes. 412, yeah, 240. Yes, 2240. We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm not jealous about it. I know I can't walk around it. Go ahead.
So we're all gonna take a picture together and then we'll disperse.
Oh, sure. Sure. Oh, no. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's not a caption as well.
Yeah.
Face this way. Everybody gather here and face me. Honey? 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 Right, good. That's not, no. It's coming. Easy. I'll go down.
We're doing a group photo. Group photo.
Maybe we should also take like a. Take the bike. Okay. You guys should do Okay, can you say Microsoft Fabric there?
Actually, one more time, I'll record it this
One, two, three. Microsoft.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
I love the way you explained that. That was really good.
Nice to meet you.
They have something.
I never go free again.
Oh. You know where to send that. Where the brushes go? First week. Oh, yeah.
Class project. I didn't even sign up for this. That's all you get to me. I'm like it should be somewhere on
Yeah.
I still do this more on iCollege.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they plan on sending it out. I think they just have a couple of spots. Nothing on my next one though. I want to do it free ever again.
Oh,
I mean, but it's you know what I'm saying? Like, you know,
yeah, but man, free is crazy to pay. Like, got the money for it.
Takes a lot of time. That's why I say. You say, and you pay people.
Not a lot. The tuition waiver.
If you were a GRA, GRA is for sure. You just got this one, right? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, my family. No, you.
Have you had a nightmare about it?
Ready to get those started.
That sounds like, yeah, I don't mess that. I don't miss. I know. I mean, oh,
I got around to that yet. I'm a day behind my post.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I'll post this and day I'll post that.
When the deadlines come up and you bullshit a little bit, you just trying out stuff. Now you just gotta get something out. Yeah, we have like it's not like a serious.
Here you go. Oh, that's pretty important. Just said. Oh,
Hello? Please, everyone, clean your stuff. Put everything in trash. Let's, we're very thankful to GSU for giving this space, but help us to clean this, okay? Thank you again.
With the aviators. Hello. Also, guys, there's a lot of food left, so if you want to take some home, nobody's stopping you. Help yourself. Free food. One more time. Free food. Feel free to take it home.
Yeah. What's in the car? I'm only supposed to go the rest of the week. No, but you know, I take this to my mom all the time. I'm gonna post like a whiskey. Okay.
No, I'm Sarah. Let me know what you want to do.
Ready? Yes. I never
I'm gonna bury it first, so like on your. That's right. Yeah, another one. Wait, you look cute. Ready? Always gone. Yes. Thank you. Let's go. Another pose. Another pose. Yeah, pose again. Yes. Another pose. Yes.
Oh, I lost track.
Yeah.
It's my lost
track. Look at it.
So
Look
good.
at it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, last year. Next thing you have it ready.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so cover up your fabric is not used. Let me take one like that.
I like this.
Okay.
Hi, Janae.
I'm here for.
How do we do it?
Wait.
Redo it.
Yeah. No.
Oh, like her name?
Yeah.
It's okay. Where are you from?
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Okay, I found a camera.
Are you Bosnian? Really?
That's why he's like,
fabulous.
it's
Too
because
smart.
my sister, some of her best friends are Bosnian. That is so funny.
He said that. No, usually nobody gets it. That's
No, I picked them. But yes. Yes.
My camera.
Oh, okay, I can let you see his camera. When you said the answer. You were like, he better just said the answer.
I was like, she better call him back there before he blows the gas.
He was literally the guy that was giving everybody answers, and they were still getting it wrong.
What class?
It was government. You have to go for some more poses. I was
She asked, why does data wear a mask? Yes. You're funny. The government.
Yeah, that was
No,
good. That was good. That was good. Any more? Yeah, we can say everything.
Okay. Yeah, it was hard a little bit messed up. I think it was powerful. This one is.
Okay, this was
So
good,
you
yeah.
like.
That was nice. I know. Here, I think that was this direction.
I'm really.
Okay, so it's this way?
Which one? The SAP.
Yeah, but the same way, the same. Yeah. There we go.
There was the one.
Yes, yeah. Really? Okay, click on my LinkedIn. Can you post that on LinkedIn? In case you post that.
But yeah. So that means they switched the room that he was supposed to be in. Maybe. Yeah. Because the one girl that was teaching how to get the certification, she went to that room, and then she got kind of over here. Okay. Then there was other, yeah. That makes sense. That's what happened. So I was like, okay, I'm ready and waiting and ready and waiting. Are you a student or are you just here?
Perfect, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, find out about it. I mean, there's older people.
Melody, nice to meet you. Okay, yes, I've seen this before. Perfect view. Thank you so much. I tried. Yes, I've seen this before.
What do you guys think?
Yes,
I seen it before. Information systems with the concentration. My brother did that. From here. Really?
Yeah.
What was his concentration? Like data analytics stuff.
Yeah.
It used to be digital innovation, but it's now information. That's awesome.
Pictures. We think that's pictures. It was really good. He was very like.
I know.
So he doesn't have LinkedIn.
LinkedIn.
Basically, you scan it. You scan it.
I would ask her about my freaking phone died.
Usually me. Founder. Today, much more.
It's just beside the border. Which grade you got there?
Yeah, this is Georgia State's grad, like business graduate.
Okay.
So we don't have
Now or just doing school? That's what I used to do too. We have to go to internship though.
Oh my God, so you can like show the different.
Yeah, it was the capstone project. I mean, there is a project, but like.
Yeah. Like they were like, you can only do the project
If you have a job
if
already.
you have a job already, or worst case scenario. But even then, there are students who are stuck here like extra semester. So selfish. Like,
Stop by. If I come across one, I'll send one. Okay. And we'll contact you. I got you guys on LinkedIn. Hold them accountable. We can fly.
Exactly. Yeah, they talk Instagram, they don't really, like when it comes to marketing, a couple people all about it.
Yeah, like,
This is cool.
it's like-
Yes.
That's so-
Exactly.
Exactly.
This
one's kind of cool. Give you a little bit of dreams of
I love it.
different
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
No.
No, we just met. Yeah.
Power BI development.
Thank you so much for connecting. I will be connecting. How are they? From head. I need a contact.
Yeah.
For LinkedIn too. Oh yeah. Yeah, I see you.
I did not.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Like, I was saying, what about us? Oh yeah. Let me answer. Yes.
Yes, I have.
not got any.
Yeah.
What's your name? I know that. Yeah. Oh, that's man. Yay. What was your major? It was entrepreneurship.
Okay, they've expanded.
I'm actually doing a class called, I think it's digital entrepreneurship. Yeah. What made you choose that major? I really like business. I really like media. For me, I'm a computer science major, but I really I'm so sorry. What? Wait. Yes, please. Oh, what was that? Yeah. In the background, or did I move to this? You should move over here. Thank you so much. Yeah. Sorry. My background. Okay. Yes. Purposes. Yes. Wow. Yes. Purposes. Yes. Yeah. Hopefully we got it. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Well, thank you guys. Thank you. Did I miss anything? No, thank you so much.
Okay, yes, please. Yeah, I mean, because so much opportunity for expansion. Thank you for introducing this. Thank you. Some of these young ladies to join. I hope they link up with me on LinkedIn. Recruit them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your help.
Thank you so much. It is great.
Thank you. Jackie, you were awesome.
Me too.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You're a wonderful MC.
Thank you.
Are you teacher?
Yeah.
Okay, you're famous. I kept mentioning you. She's like, you're gonna meet teacher, and teacher will do this, and teacher will do that.
Yeah. I'm Padma's trusted employee.
Yeah, you are very much so. Very much so.
But I mean, I'm not gonna. I'm a volunteer,
be honest.
Oh,
But it's such a great opportunity since I've been working with her since the starting of this year. And I've met like great people like you through like 3 fabric tours and there's a lot of events in Seattle as well. So
Okay,
I
so
meet such great people like you and all the time.
So you're based in Seattle or are you based here? Okay, okay. Yeah, because you kept mentioning your name. And then when I came, I was looking around and I was looking for a picture on the name badge. I didn't see you.
Is this yours?
No, that one is not. When do you all have to be out of this building?
We have.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Would you like some water on your way
Yes,
back home?
please. I would appreciate that.
Are you looking to give these stickers to anybody?
Anyone who wants them. Actually, I want the power on them. Did Shanban already leave? Because she left all her stickers. I was looking for her to give them. I don't know if you want them or whatever, but I was looking for her to give her stickers back.
To who?
The lady was presenting before me. I think these were her stickers. I don't know if she left them on purpose. Shanban?
Shabnam?
Shabnam. I'm sorry, Shabnam. I don't know if she left them on purpose, but I was looking for her to give her back her stickers.
Okay. I mean, if it's not useful, I can give it to one of your side.
Okay, yeah, anybody that wants to put them, there's some of the students were asking about them, so I'm sure they will want.
Okay, I'll pass that on. Thank you.
you.